at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. The New York Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Cadillac, by StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the New York Mets, by Relaxed Fit from Skechers, roomier memory foam footwear with comfort included, by Geico, over 75 years of savings and service, and by Land Rover, above and beyond. 5 games to go in the regular season for the Mets, and with a lot of rain impending, Mets need to move the clouds out of the way and play as fast as they can. I mean, really speed things up to get this season to its conclusion. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Philadelphia. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets play the middle game of their series against the Phillies. The Mets have a scheduling change. Tomorrow's game has been moved from a 7 o'clock start to a 12:05 start because of all the rain that is coming. The Mets were hoping Steven Matz might be pitching in tomorrow's series finale, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
You know, you guys know better than I. Roster spots are so important in the postseason. And because Steven Matz woke up on the wrong side of the bed and has had some issues, he's going to have to try to hamper those out in the next 2 weeks. You cannot take a chance with a pitcher who's not ready to pitch. And we saw in Cincinnati, he still needs some innings to get him back to where he was before the injury.
Mets are hoping to get him some innings over the weekend at home, but with the rain impending, who knows how many innings they'll actually play. On the field right now for the Mets, Lucas Duda has hit one of those hot streaks, 5 home runs in his last 3 games, including 2 last night.
Well, it's been a real streaky season for Lucas, and you remember earlier on mid-season, he had a stretch where he hit 9 home runs in 8 games. The Mets are hoping this is one of those. And now Lucas is pretty much the same swing on almost every pitch. He's got all these home runs he's hit have basically been mid-thigh or down. He's a low ball hitter in my estimation. When I saw Lucas in spring training and worked with him at first base for a day, I just asked him out of curiosity, what did he think what pitch did he like the best? He said he liked the high ball. Well, I was astonished at that. I said, Lucas, I think you're a low ball hitter. And I just feel that Lucas should look waist down, and anything in that zone below the waist, he should whale, and he's had success because of that these last 5 games.
And Duda now with 27 home runs for the season. On the mound for the Mets tonight will be Logan Verrett. 4th time he's filled in the rotation this year.
You know, he struggled in his last start, but I really believe he just ran out of gas. He's a guy that's gone back and forth from the bullpen to starting, trying to stretch him out to get him where he can go 6+ innings. I think he ran out of gas. He's looking, though, tonight for a better start against the Phillies.
So the Mets winding their way down through the regular season, trying to keep everybody ready for the postseason that's coming up next week. It's the Mets and Phils, all the action on SNY. Farm. Tonight's State Farm agent of the game is Pat Cawley of Glendale. Contact Pat at patcawley.com. By Citi, proud partner of the New York Mets. And by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers on the web at mbusa.com. Never gets old watching that, does it? You can welcome back the 2015 NL East champions this Friday night when the Mets take on the Nationals at 7:10. It's Free Shirt Friday. All fans in attendance get a Mets Know Your Roots t-shirt courtesy of Avoderm and Nylabone. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Friday. Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag SNYDataStrongFan, and you might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Mets and Phillies playing around the raindrops. First pitch is coming right up. Mets 2015 postseason tickets. Purchase tickets online at Mets.com/deposits. Tonight's Twisted But True Fact brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. And Jimmy Pearsall did indeed run the bases backwards. You know who hit that home run off?
No.
Dallas Green.
No.
And I've always wondered, knowing Dallas the way I do, how did Dallas not take a swing at him?
He's obviously bigger than him.
Dallas bigger than everybody.
Yeah. He knew Jimmy had some issues.
He was very,
Did all right? Oh, couldn't do it.
All right.
Well, the Fanatic is ready for the weather that is approaching. There's a little mist in the air right now, but the really bad weather's not supposed to come till late tomorrow, and then it might rain for 40 nights and 40 days the way the forecast sounds right now. So Major League Baseball proactively moved tomorrow's game from a 7 o'clock start to a 12:05 start to try and beat the rain and get the Mets back to New York.
Great idea. What a great idea.
Capital idea.
Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Same lineup as yesterday except for the shortstop. This is only the second start in the last 7 games for Wilmer Flores, who was a little under the weather the last couple of days. So Ruben Tejada sits, Wilmer Flores plays, Mets 1 game ahead of the Dodgers, who clinched last night for home field in their upcoming National League Division Series, and they face Alec Asher for the first time.
Well, there's the Toyota numbers, similar to the numbers you saw last night on David Buchanan. In fact, at Citizens Bank Park, his ERA is over 8, but he's one of the pitchers they got from Texas for Cole Hamels. His last start against Miami, 7 great innings, only gave up a run, even though he lost the game 1-0.
And we'll look at the Philly defense, brought to you by Coors Light here with 5 games left in the season. Odubel Herrera, we remember him, was benched by new manager Pete Mackanin for pouting. So he's in center field. Okay. In the infield with Ruff and Ashe at the corners, Galvis and Sweeney up the middle, and Rupp behind the plate.
By the way, Herrera was not pouting last night when he went 4 for 4.
Yeah, really.
That's his career high, right? He's got a lot of 3-hit games this year, too. He's had a great year.
Pete Mackanin, who lost the interim tag a couple of weeks ago. They named him manager for 2016. Still waiting to find out who his new boss is going to be. The Phillies are without a general manager right now. But they've got a veteran baseball man in Andy MacPhail who's going to make that choice.
Andy MacPhail, the general manager for Andy in Chicago. You can see under Ryan and under Pete Mackanin the records. Ed Lynch was the general manager with Andy MacPhail in Chicago. I said, Eddie, what was it like under Andy? He said, extremely tough.
Lynchy probably asked for it.
Curtis Granderson will lead things off for New York. Curtis was 1 for 4 last night. That's facing Alec Asher for the first time. And Granderson takes the first pitch for a strike, and we're underway. By the way, that is the 59th consecutive plate appearance in which Granderson has taken the first pitch. Now, I would think as a pitcher, Ronnie, that would make you predictable enough that you could steal a strike.
You could steal a strike. The only issue you have with Curtis, once he decides, he's got power enough to take you deep, so you can't just groove it.
91 walks, a career high for Curtis.
If I were facing Keith Hernandez in the middle 80s with no one on base, I'm hitting third, I would throw a first pitch strike.
Oh, you would take the bait.
You would always take it. You would take it. Guys on base, not so sure.
1-2 to Curtis, and he lashes one foul.
So really a wonderful idea. The weather is supposed to really break down here in Philadelphia late afternoon, 4 o'clock, coming from the south. So the Mets not only get to start at 12 noon and get the game in, it looks like, but get home at a decent hour.
And then have to deal with the weather over the weekend. Friday's supposed to be a very rainy, windy day. Saturday only slightly better. And they're trying to get these games in. We're still not 100% clear from Major League Baseball on whether, if the Mets were not able to complete their schedule by Sunday, whether they'd have to make up games on Monday just to determine home field. It appears not, but nobody seems to have a straight answer on that.
Well, the Dodgers clinched their division, not the National League flag, their division.
You saw the graphic, I guess.
I guess you can explain to the folks, Gary.
Well, on the Dodger broadcast last night, Granderson pulling one down the line. That's a fair ball. It'll go all the way into the corner. Chased down by Bogusevic. And Granderson will settle for a leadoff double. 32nd double of the year for Curtis to get the Mets started.
Boy, I tell you what, he has really had himself a tremendous year. Just such a woeful year last year, getting acclimated to the National League, and took him around the first 2 months he struggled this year, and he's been just outstanding, Granderson. But go ahead, Gary, about the Dodgers.
Well, when they clinched last night on the Dodger broadcast, they put up a big graphic which was up for a couple of minutes that said 2015 LA Dodgers National League champions, which was sort of jumping the gun. I mean, the Mets.
That's did that in big shade, didn't they, in '86?
That's right.
Well, that was congratulating the other team.
The Red Sox.
That's worse.
Maybe. That kicks away, but no advance. Granderson holding at second. Well, the Mets are a game up on the Dodgers for home field, and the Mets have the tiebreaker, remember, because they won the season series with the Dodgers. So essentially, with 5 games to play, the Mets have a 2-game lead, because if they finish tied, the Mets would get the home field.
That's still dicey.
What we don't know is what happens if any games can't be played this weekend and how that would affect home field and whether those games would have to be made up.
Well, what is it? It's hurricane now. It's Hurricane Joaquin coming up from, just going to ride up the east coast of the United States.
Have you guys been going to weather school like all summer?
No,
you guys are getting very proficient.
They've altered its cone of movement, its path. It's not. It was coming straight up to Long Island. Now they've kind of moved it a little bit more inland. It might go inland before it reaches New York. It won't be as bad, but we'll see. Oh my goodness!
A 52-foot breaking ball by Alec Asher. It's 2-1 to right. So Cameron Rupp getting a workout early in this game.
I guess he got on top of that one. Well, I guess when you pull the shade down, he pulled that shade right off the rack.
I mean, he almost hit the grass. I've never seen a ball hit the grass. But fastball, changeup, and I said before, his breaking ball is still a work in progress. A lot of these Philly pitchers are up before they're ready to pitch, but just want to take a look at them.
Asher, one of the pitchers they got from Texas in the Cole Hamels deal right before the trading deadline in July. Right, chases that slider, and that one gets far enough away from Rupp that Granderson is able to advance. So on the third one in 4 pitches that lands in the dirt, Granderson moves to third on a wild pitch.
Slider. Oh, he backhanded it. Not good. Very poor to fundies.
You could call that a pass ball if you wanted to.
You know what? I think it should be a pass ball.
They won't because it hit the dirt, but.
Infield back, they'll concede the run on a ground ball. 2-2 the count to right. And another one on the dirt for ball 3.
Is this cricket or are we still playing baseball tonight?
I feel for this kid right here. Big part of the trade, the Hamels trade. He's 0-5 in 5 starts. Giving up 6 tay-ties in 26 and a third.
Tay-ties. It's a long time since I've heard that.
That's Latin. That's plural for taters.
Daniel Murphy waiting on deck. 3-2 to right. And David draws a walk, and the Mets have 2 men on. So a very rocky start for Alec Asher. A double, a wild pitch after several tries at it, and finally a walk.
Well, 33 hits, 16 walks now. Actually, 34 hits and 16 walks in 26 and a third. It's a lot of men on base, Ronnie.
Yeah. So now Murphy with first and third and nobody out. Murph has a 10-game hitting streak going, hitting .436 over the 10 games. Yoenis Cespedes waiting on deck. Murphy up to .285 on the year, 38 doubles. That's 4th in the National League. And he nubs one foul, 1-1. Now the Phillies starting rotation has been a disaster from day one this year.
It's really rarely see a team ERA over 5 in the National League because there's pitchers they hit. So that really is a big statement right there.
It doesn't seem that long ago that you used to come in here and you'd be lucky if you got a hit. You'd have to face Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels. And now all things come in cycles.
And for a while they had Ray Oswalt here as a 4th member of that stellar rotation that helped them win 5 straight division titles and 1 World Series championship along the way. But those days are long gone, and the Phillies now are very much a retooling ball club, as they probably will be next year as well. 1-1 to Murphy, and the curveball fouled off. Murph 1 for 5 last night. 23-year-old Alec Asher just looking for an out. Done a lot of work without any benefit yet. And Murphy rifles one down the line, just foul. Murphy hanging out a clothesline, and it just dipped away foul.
Boy, they're just teeing off here. Woo, it's just foul.
That ball was hit so hard. That ball was past the first baseman rough before he jumped. Past him.
Yeah, Murph's been right on everything the last 10 days. Look at those numbers.
That's as close as it gets.
Granderson at third, right at first, nobody out, just getting started here in Philly. And Murphy just got a piece of that one, running it on his hands.
Fouled it off his foot. Remember his last at bat last night, he fouled one right off his toe.
And then went dancing around the infield.
I've never seen anything like it.
Not quite.
I mean, if I were pitching, I'd say, please get back in the batter's box. But Murph's red hot.
Asher about to make his 20th pitch of this opening inning. Murphy fouls off the fastball to hang in there. Murphy struck out once last night. Still the toughest batter to fan in the National League. Strike at every 14.2 plate appearances. And we showed the list last night. It occurred to me that there are some guys who don't strike out because they never get to 2 strikes. They're putting the ball in play early, like an Andrelton Simmons. And then you got a guy like Murphy who continues to battle with 2 strikes. And that's why he never strikes out.
Luis Castillo was like that with the Mets. He would get the 2 strikes a lot. Well, there was no damage in his swing, not like Murph.
It's a small crowd, and Met fans constitute a significant portion of it. And that one skips into Rupp, and he keeps Granderson from scoring by getting his body in front of it.
Rupp's going to have to ice down his entire body after this game. He's going to be full of bruises.
I hope this doesn't become a Puerto Rican moment for your critique of the pitcher. Remember when you guys were in Puerto Rico and you were watching one of the Miami Marlins pitcher pitch?
I forget.
Oh, he irritated you badly.
You had the wrong guy. Was sure it was me? I know you're talking about.
It was
Gary
you.
knows who I'm talking about.
Down the trip to Puerto Rico.
I was there.
Yes.
Murphy cracks one foul. That'll go up in the second deck.
This is just teeing off here. Oh, those are the games we played. The Phillies down in Puerto Rico. Marlins down in Puerto Rico. Sanabi?
Yes,
Alex Sanabi.
Sanabi, yes.
Yeah. We saw him be pretty good after that, but
he didn't last.
He drew your ire that
He was a flash in the pan. Hardly.
It's your own fault. You made a 6 a.m. flight.
I shouldn't
Don't
say
ever do that again.
Oh.
9th pitch of the at-bat coming to Murphy. And Asher misses terribly, and it's 3-2.
The Mets have faced a lot of rookie pitchers, obviously in Cincinnati, here in Philadelphia, where they're trying to get a feel for these young kids. What happens with a second team that's in the bottom of the division? Kids aren't ready, but you still want to take a look at them. It makes it tough.
And Murphy skies one to right. Bogusevic coming into foul ground and runs out of room. It's in the crowd. The wind is blowing in tonight, and I think the wind had a significant impact on that ball, blowing it from the field of play into the stand.
Very few times the wind blows in like this. It's always in clement weather.
And for you folks who know what I mean, if they're not ready, you go through a whole process where you get to the point where you can, until you can throw your breaking ball for a strike behind in the count, you can throw your changeup for a strike, you can paint inside and outside with your fastball. That's when you want to be brought up. But sometimes you're brought up prematurely, so Pete McCannon can take a look.
The 11th pitch of the at-bat to Murphy, and he hits this one deep to right center field. Bogusevic goes back near the wall It's out of here. Daniel Murphy gets the Mets started with a 3-run homer. And before a batter is retired, the Mets have a 3-0 lead. Number 14 for Murphy, a new career high.
Well, it was obvious that Asher didn't have anything to get Murphy out. It's almost like BP. It's going to be another one of those empathy starts here. I believe it's in the making. Just nothing to get him out with. Can't throw a breaking ball for a strike. It's in the dirt. He has to come in with a fastball. Trying to think if there was anybody like that when I was around.
Now Cespedes takes a strike.
Full extension, up in the strike zone to rip. And certainly Daniel was a long at bat, had the beat on him.
Well, he barely missed a double earlier in the at bat. Ball going about 2 inches foul down the right field line. Cranked one foul into the second deck, and then finally delivered the home run. Cespedes 0 for 5 last night, and he takes off the plate 2-1. Well, Murphy now with 14 home runs, new career high, 73 runs batted in, has an 11-game hitting streak. And he is heading to the postseason just the way you would like. 2-2 to Cespedes. Lucas Duda, who has the hottest bat right now for the Mets, waiting on deck.
Well, I think that's why these games are so important, Gary. You want to play them. You want to get your hitters feeling that, boy, they're invincible when it comes to next Friday.
Full count to Cespedes, 4 batters, 4 full counts for Asher, who's already thrown 30 pitches and hasn't recorded an out. How far can they go with him without getting warm-up action up? Normally, organizations with their young pitchers are protective at this point in a long inning, and will get a pitcher up to make sure it's not a 45 or 50 pitch inning.
Well, there's some organizations, Gary, 35 pitches is the max. If you throw over 35 pitches, they get someone in to come in and take your place.
Well, you don't want to get someone's confidence just beaten to into the ground. I mean, you want to give him a chance here to find himself. But he's coming to this game 0-5, Ronnie, in 5 starts.
Although he came off his best start last time out, pitched very well against Miami, but not tonight. And there's ball 4 to Cespedes, and he still hasn't recorded an out. A double, a walk, a 3-run homer, now another walk.
Are you a tiny bit surprised no one's been out there to talk to him?
Here comes Bob.
Oh, jeez. I mean, come on.
So Bob McClure will take the trek out there to try and settle down Asher, who's 32 pitches deep and still without an out.
And here comes the bullpen out there getting a little activity in that Philly bullpen. We're very thankful.
I mean, Bobby McClure is one of my favorite people. He probably was trying to figure out what he was going to say. What do you say?
Well, Justin DeFreitas looks like he's going to be the first man up in that Phillies bullpen. Meanwhile, Asher prepares to face Lucas Duda, who has been hitting long balls virtually every time up the last week.
Well, when you got a pitcher like this, and I've kind of, and Bob
Davidson has allowed them to talk this long.
Yes, the umpires have been very lenient with the Tea Party, and they're trying to move the game along faster. Let's go, shake a leg, Bob. Anyway,
it's like a caucus.
I will stop being sarcastic because I start feeling for young men that are having a bad outing like this, and he's not going to be around long if he doesn't get that breaking ball over. Ronnie, he's throwing it in the dirt, not even close. He's got to come in with a fastball. I don't care how hard you throw, you're going to get launched.
There's nothing, I think, sadder than when we're in this booth and you see a person who's not quite ready. It's not his fault.
Well, Duda, 5 home runs in his last 3 games, 15 RBIs in his last 4 games, and he comes up here with a runner on base and nobody out and 3 runs already home. And whereas it looked like a tremendous long shot a few weeks ago for Duda to put together another 30 home run season, it looks doable now. 27 home runs with 5 games to play. Well, it's been an up and down year for Duda. He's had a couple of great home run stretches, In fact, Elias put together a list today, and you see part of it there, that 20 of Duda's 27 home runs have come in 3 spans totaling 18 games. Think about that. Wow. 20 home runs in 18 games, right. And then 7 home runs in all the rest of his games.
Earlier in the year, too, predominant amount of solo home runs from Lucas, too.
Not lately, and he bangs this one to center field. It's playable for Herrera, who went back and now comes in to get it, and that finally is the first out.
Well, in this wind, you're not going to turn the wind around at 401 in dead central.
So 1 out, and now Travis d'Arnaud, who went 1 for 5 last night.
Saw the entire d'Arnaud family in the elevator this afternoon. It was great to see. Big smiles on their face, except for Chase. Chase was the one that had less of a smile.
Still a little unhappy with that curveball last night.
I said, how could he call a curveball with you against Nice? He just laughed.
Neither brother shared what Chase's last words were as he was leaving home plate last night.
Probably can't be on air, that's why.
But both came away just thrilled that it had happened, that the two of them had actually gone head-to-head in a big league game after years of waiting for that.
The Uptons and the Solanos, the other ones, to be on the field at the same time.
And in both cases, they were teammates.
Teammates, yeah. So it's much more different and difficult.
And of course, there were the 3 brothers back in the 60s. The Giants, the Alou brothers, Felipe, Matty, and Jesus.
1-2 from Asher. Buries that breaking ball in the dirt. Another stop by Rupp, 2-2.
Who's the brother who played for the A's? They used to flip his bat when he took a pitch. My dad said, don't ever copy that. He would take a pitch and then kind of flip his bat in his hand. Very fancy. I think it was.
What year?
Among the Alous you're talking about?
Yeah.
It would be Jesus.
Jesus, 70s?
Jesus had the nervous tick all the time.
Okay.
d'Arnaud flies one to shallow center. And Herrera's right there, 2 out.
Jesus Alou would get in the box, had the nervous neck twitch all the time, and it'd make you nervous. Matthew Alou, of course. Felipe was the first one traded, went to the Braves.
He was the oldest brother.
Matty was traded next. He went on to the Pirates, won a batting title. And Jesus was finally traded to the Houston Astros.
Jesus at one time played for the Mets, as did his nephew, of course, Moises, who was Felipe's son. So the Mets have had 2 of the Alous.
And the best player of the lot was Felipe, obviously. He was the oldest and the best.
Conforto fouls one into the ground, 0-1. Well, had it not been for injuries, Moises would have been the best of them all.
When I got traded to Montreal, Moises was just starting his career, and he had just broken his ankle. So he was on the disabled list. Catcher gets a bad one here, right in the chin.
He's got it off the chin now. He's got it off the legs, the arm, the chest protector. He's getting beat up.
Luckily, he weighs 240. You can take it. I mean, boy.
Like the marshmallow. What is it with? Get popped. Roast them.
40 pitches deep in this first inning. Alec Asher. And Conforto takes inside 1-1. Well, Michael Conforto has been in the big leagues about 2 months now, and he has certainly made an impact. See his rookie rankings since August 1st. And that goes to the backstop. And Rupp will chase down another one as Cespedes goes to second.
Oh, man.
So 2 wild pitches in the inning. Now runner in scoring position with 2 out. And Conforto lifts one to left field. Turning around is Altair to the warning track at the wall. It's out of here. Michael Conforto with an opposite field 2-run homer, and the Mets have put up a 5 spot in the first inning. Number 9 for Michael Conforto. So a 3-run homer for Murphy, a 2-run shot for Conforto, and the Mets doing some serious damage in the first inning in Philadelphia.
High fastball, belt high, running away. He is so strong, Mr. Conforto, and against the wind. There it is right there. That's that beautiful swing. Put the eyes on the ball.
The guys in the truck, get that graphics updated.
Well, that is how Alec Asher's night is going to end after just 2/3 of a miserable inning. Asher gives up 2 home runs, 5 runs, 43 pitches. He's done, and Justin DeFreitas will come on. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Justin DeFreitas on in relief. Wilmer Flores takes a strike.
DeFreitas has been a workhorse, but his ERA has ballooned this season from last year. Inherited runners stranded, only 50%. None in this game because no one's on.
It's been 2 weeks since DeFreitas pitched last, since the 16th.
You can tell his stuff's a little short too. Overused early.
Be some serious bad Stratomatic cards on that pitching staff of Philly next year.
Flores floats one foul, and it's 1-2. Wilmer in the lineup for just the second time in the last 7 games. It is looking increasingly as though when the Mets get to the postseason, Ruben Tejada will get most of the reps at shortstop. The Mets are concerned about their infield defense. They're going to try and play the best defensive unit they can.
I agree. And Terry made the point that, you know, if they make the choice of Tejada, Flores is a better bat coming off the bench from the right side.
Well, especially if Juan Uribe is not available.
That's right.
You need that bat of Flores to be able to come in against a lefty late in the game.
See, Gary, Toronto struggled. They only put 15 points on the board tonight.
Well, congratulations to the Blue Jays with their victory over Baltimore on the first of a doubleheader. They have clinched the American League East, but they're going to wait for the champagne till after the second game of the doubleheader, because it wouldn't be proper to have all that champagne and then go out and play the second game.
It's a little stinky, champagne on the uniform. Second game.
Might affect your play too, just a tad. Popped up, and Bogusevic in to grab it. That retires the side, but the Mets with a very productive opening inning, knocking Alec Asher out of the box. Murphy a 3-run homer. Conforto an opposite field 2-run shot, and the Mets hand Logan Verrett a 5-0 lead. That Pete McCann ran out there last night. Already had a change in the bottom spot of the batting order. So that wasn't exactly the starting lineup, but it is the current lineup.
Oh boy, I have family.
Justin DeFrey is the switch hitter. Did you see that? Is that S?
Is he?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Cheap numbers, Ronnie, quickly.
I do know the cheap numbers. Logan Verrett, who gave up 4 runs in 5 innings pitched in his last start, he'll be remembered at the end of this year forever for that start he made in Colorado for Matt Harvey, where he went 8 innings, only gave up a run.
When every pitcher in that series is getting their fanny
lunch,
getting
lunched.
He came in through a gem.
This is now his 4th start, and the first 2 were really good. The last one against the Braves 8 days ago, not so good. And he falls behind Freddie Galvis 2-0. Now the Mets batted for 29 minutes in the top of the first inning. You're Logan Verrett. You warmed up. You came into the dugout about 7 o'clock, and about 40 minutes later, you go out to the mound. How does that work?
It's the nicest feeling in the entire world, Gary. You got 5 points on the board. What you really try to concentrate early on is just get some early outs. The other team, when they're a team has not had a good season, do not walk anybody. He's got behind Galvis already. Make them put it in play. The wind's blowing in here, even though the Mets hit 2 home runs.
Should be rested.
That's right.
Behind 3-1, and Galvis takes a strike. By the way, our graphics people were right on top of it. We have confirmed Justin DeFreitas is a switch hitter.
It's a switch swinger.
Yeah.
You mean Chuck
I've
Cole?
seen him hit. He's not a hitter.
Chuck Colson down there in the truck.
There's ball
Chuck.
4, so Galvis is on with a leadoff walk. People in our bunker, they know what's going on.
All right, Mets defense, your National League East champion, New York Mets, folks. Cespedes, big part of that, playing center field today. Flores back in the lineup, coming back from that strep throat. Red hot Lucas Duda hitting the homers, and Darno trying to find a stroke. Travis, he's been a little bit off at the plate lately.
There's Odubel Herrera, who had his second career 4-hit game last night, and Verrett not sharp early. Verrett generally does not walk many. Only 11 walks in 42 innings this year.
Right. You don't want to be walking people with a 5-run lead.
You know, Gary, I could answer your question better in this sense. The way the game is played today, there's a lot more time in between innings. You can sprint out there and get yourself 12 to 15 pitches before you have to throw first pitch. Most of the time, you only get 8. So you could get a little extra throwing in when you have such a long inning.
Yeah, I was thinking not just your arm, but what about the rest of your body?
Yeah.
You know, you're sitting there for 40 minutes. Could you stiffen up, and could that be an issue?
I would walk around personally. I wouldn't just sit on that hard wooden bench. Just walk up to the clubhouse, grab some coffee, you know?
Coffee always is a great soother.
But he was probably enjoying watching. And he almost got to turn it bad.
Well, that's the key.
2-1 to Herrera with Aaron Altair on deck. And he takes a strike 2-2.
Oh, cutie.
Out there on Ashburn Alley. Shouldn't be much of a line at Bull's Barbecue tonight.
Oh.
Galvis runs, and Herrera fouls it off. Greg Lucinski was nice enough to send us up some incredibly delicious ribs last night.
You tin cupping again? You want another rack?
No, I was just talking about how generous Bull was with those ribs last night. 2-2 to Herrera. And again, Galvis runs, and Herrera floats one into shallow center. On comes Conforto to make the catch, and Galvis gets back to first without a throw.
What is Galvis trying to steal for? With 2 strikes on a batter, number 1. That's a net. And you're down 5 runs.
Always look at the numbers late in the year. Always give you a little indication. Galvis, 9 steals.
So you're saying he's trying to get to double
I'm not
figures.
saying anything. I'm just pointing out that he has 9 steals.
Here's Aaron Altair, 2 for 4 last night, drove in a run.
That's right. He might get rained out the rest of the way. Better get it in.
Phillies are scheduled to close out their season here over the weekend.
That's at least another 5,000 in negotiation, isn't it? 10 stolen bags.
It's a little wind and rain blowing around right now. Nothing to speak of. And Altair went around in the half swing, 1-1. Altair came up in the middle of August. This is his 31st start.
He's been one of the bright spots, hasn't he? Being brought up so late.
He's only got 30 big league hits, and 18 of them have been for extra bases. He's got some speed. He's got some power.
He's a good-looking athlete.
Born in Germany, grew up in Arizona. Well, the Phillies have had a habit, as he went around on that half swing, of bringing up some very athletic outfielders, not all of whom have panned out.
Yeah.
And they're hoping it'll go differently for Altair.
First person I had ever played with that was born in Germany was Ron Gardenhire.
Broken bat looper, that'll fall in for a base hit. Galvis pulls in at second, so Altair aboard with a broken bat single.
Well, Verrett's best pitch is his slider, and so far it's been up in the strike zone. You know, you always say to yourself as a pitcher, if he breaks his bat, it was a good pitch. Not necessarily. If it's up in the strike zone, that's the reason he was able to get enough on it.
Now Darren Ruff, who hit a 3-run homer in the first inning last night against Bartolo Colon, and gets a chance with 2 men on in the first inning again tonight. Ruff getting most of the first base reps these days, with Ryan Howard nursing a sore knee, although they do expect Howard to play at some point this week. And Ruff takes the slider for a strike. Ruff now with 11 home runs. Galvis at second, Altair at first, and 1 out. Mets put up 5 in the top of the first, and Red trying to tiptoe around trouble in the bottom of the inning. Jams Altair and fouls one off his foot.
It's interesting to watch this Phillies team because they've put a lot of trust in certain young players. They thought Darren Ruff was going to be the real deal. Haven't seen that yet. They thought Cody Ashe was going to be one of those mainstays. He hasn't proven it yet. Dominic Brown had one great month a couple of years ago, and he hasn't been able to sustain. You know, when your young players don't come through, it makes it real difficult when you're trying to rebuild.
And Ruff looks bad on that and strikes out for the second out.
Well, the Phillies also got hurt when they lost the breaking ball down out of the strike zone. They lost their young rookie third baseman, Michael Franco.
Yeah.
He was having himself a nice little season.
And I think the guys you're talking about, the Phillies are kind of moving past those guys.
Yeah, you're right.
Ashe and Brown and Ruff, and moving on to the next wave. And Franco's a big part of that with Altair and Herrera, who they like a lot. Here's Ashe, who was 1 for 4 last night. 2 on and 2 out. And that's all part of the process of rebuilding. You know, you give chances to younger players, and sometimes it sticks and sometimes it doesn't.
So when the criticism comes, how could you not get rid of those older players like Utley, Rollins, and Howard earlier? Sometimes you got to think to yourself, well, you know, it's hard because the guys right behind them can't play as good as those guys or are not ready.
Out to left field, Conforto easing back, and he puts it away to retire the side. So Red able to work around first inning trouble after 1 in Philly. Mets up 5-0. Second inning, 5-0 New York. Logan Verrett looking for his first big league hit. He's 0 for 6. Facing Justin DeFreitas, who got the final out of the first after Alec Asher got knocked out. Darnell Sweeney makes the play on Verrett, and that's the first out. Well, Mets scored 5, and Cameron Rupp had himself a lot of work to do.
This is in the first inning, folks. I lost count.
I got 9 in the dirt and 1 in the chops.
Oh, how's your day going?
That's the first inning.
Poor guy. Jeez.
Well,
49 pitches thrown in that top of the first inning. 43 of them by Alec Asher, who didn't finish the inning. Curtis Granderson got the whole thing started with a double down the right field line. Curtis has now scored 97 runs this year. Mets could have two players who finished the year with 100 or more runs scored, although Cespedes didn't score all of them as a Met. He has scored 101 now.
Probably not going to get 100 walks, Curtis.
91 needs 9, yeah. But still, 90 walks is plenty.
Yep.
Just a really fine season. You know what, too? He leads the team in games played. He plays every day, Curtis. Never complains.
And that says something,
you know,
right?
he's one of the older guys here. I mean, he's a seasoned veteran. He never complains. You never hear him saying he's got an ache or a pain.
Well, the two guys that are going to lead the team in games played and innings pitched are Curtis Granderson and Bartolo Colon.
Well, if you think about the Mets season and think about the everyday players, everybody missed time.
Yeah.
Other than Granderson. Full count to Curtis. I mean, David was out for 4.5 months, and Murphy's had a couple of stints on the DL. So has Darno. Duda was out with a back problem, and on and on. Toward the middle of the diamond, another base hit for Granderson. He's 2 for 2.
Boy, oh boy. I feel like we're in Minute Maid's Park. Those pumpkins up there, that's how they're coming in.
Halfway to the cycle for Curtis.
With most guys, that's just talk, but he's a guy who's capable of filling out that
big time
that cycle. Wright walked and scored in the first inning. David started the night with a 7-game hitting streak. And Freitas nearly put one in his belt buckle. We mentioned the Dodgers clinching last night, so we now know who all 5 postseason teams in the National League are going to be.
Yep.
We know the Mets will play the Dodgers in the division series a week from Friday. Venue to be determined. We know that the Pirates will play the Cubs in the wild card game, venue to be determined, and the winner will take on the Cardinals.
Oh boy.
Although it's not completely set, because the Pirates did beat the Cardinals this afternoon in the first of a doubleheader. And so the Cards have not yet clinched the division. They're playing the second game right now, and St. Louis with a win would wrap up the National League Central.
Biggest part of that game, even though they lost the Cardinals in the first game, is Adam Wainwright pitched an inning of ball.
Gave up a run, but I think just the fact that he was out there.
I watched him throw. He threw 94 miles an hour at one point. His cutter looked sharp. His breaking ball was not as good as usual, but I mean, that's plenty for him because he's got the incredible intellectual power to get it done.
Garrett Cole got his 19th win in that game today. I think it's fascinating to me that in a year where we've talked so much about pitcher injuries and pitcher limitation, that 2 pitchers, and the other one is Marcus Stroman, who pitched the clincher today for the Blue Jays, that he and Wainwright have both been able to come back from what appeared to be season-ending injuries. Of course, it wasn't their arm in either case, one a knee, one an Achilles, but still, I think that's a tribute to the rehab process. Granderson takes off, Wright strikes out, and Granderson's a dead duck at second. And that retires the side. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. So Rupp, after taking all the abuse in the first inning, gets his comeuppance as he guns down Granderson. 2-4 on the caught stealing. Keeps it a 5-0 game. The most popular way to follow the Mets in the postseason is with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet now. Darnell Sweeney leads off in the home second. Sweeney 1 for 4 last night, just 1 for his last 25. Acquired from the Dodgers and the Chase Utley deal. So we'll be seeing Mr. Utley next week.
That's right.
I don't know how much he'll be playing. Probably more a left-handed bat off the bench for the Dodgers for most of the postseason now that Howie Kendrick is healthy.
He and Rollins might both be on the bench for that team.
I would have to assume they would be. That they'd play Kendrick at second, Seager at short, and Turner at third.
Turner at third, with Egon at first.
Gary, I know you love the ice cream here. Best ice cream in the league. They got chocolate out now. I got on them about not having chocolate.
I had the butter brickle earlier.
Good.
Well worth the effort.
I went with the black raspberry.
I went to butter brickle split with peanut butter ripple in between it.
Oh, there it is.
I don't even think the butter brickle's up there anymore. They ran out.
I think we ate it all.
This is the best press room going on, isn't it? I mean, outside of ours.
Just great people. The man who serves us the ice cream, Big Frank, he's taller than both Keith and I. A gentle giant, one of the greatest guys, and just the way he serves you the ice cream, you can't wait to have it, right?
Sweeney strikes out for the first out. Well, there's an art to it.
Yes. Another good slider by Verrett.
I mean, most people, if you ask for 2 scoops in a cup, they'll put 1 scoop in, then they'll put the other one.
Yeah.
Not Frank.
No.
Frank will deftly alternate the ice cream so you get a little bit of both in each bite.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
Now, I've been informed, I just talked to Frank, because they've had the shuffle now because it's supposed to be a night game tomorrow.
Right.
They said they will not be able to open up the kitchen until 11:30. I said, well, it's a half hour for the game, Frank. Keith, I'm sorry.
I'm surprised he didn't open it up earlier for you, because when you're not in town and I'm working with Gary, Frank has a dauber down. He loves
Really?
you. Oh, yeah.
Frank loves the Mex.
He loves his Keith Hernandez.
He likes hitters.
You put a hurting on the Phillies in your day?
Oh, I did. They put a hurting on me, too, though.
Ryan Bogusevic at the plate. Goes after the changeup from Verrett, who has back-to-back strikeouts to start the second inning.
Well, someone liked that strikeout.
So 2 out and nobody on. And now Cameron Rupp, the catcher, who's already had a night's work.
At least we don't have your buddy on the mic tonight, Gary.
Oh. You know, I tried to ignore him because he sounded angry.
He did sound angry. Do you remember last night, or?
Oh, the guy calling Gary's name all night.
Yeah, but angrily.
He got angry as the night went on because Gary wouldn't acknowledge him.
I don't think that was it, Keith. I think he had an issue with me somehow.
They never get angry at you when they come up with the cards and you tell them to go sit down.
I do.
I think they like that.
I had one last night.
It's kind of like the people who call the the talk show to be hung up on.
Or screamed at.
Yeah.
I felt like Dustin Hoffman. Hey, we're working here.
And Rupp gets hit by another baseball.
He did. Fouled it into himself.
We're getting a little
Just
giddy
one of those
tonight.
nights.
It's going to be black and blue, Rupp, at the end of the game.
So if the press dining room is not going to be open until a half an hour before the game, how are you going to handle that, Keith?
We got to woof down the ice cream real quick, Gary, and I know you're good at that.
My mom always used to tell me to breathe.
To what?
Breathe.
You don't want to eat ice cream too fast because you get the frozen nose. Oh boy, that's bad.
Nose freeze?
Brain freeze.
Woo.
Brain freeze. That's right. That's what it's called.
God, and it takes its time going away too.
to Rupp.
For all you pure baseball fans out there watching, we're very sorry. We'll get back to the game.
I don't think you have anything to apologize for. 1-2 coming. Strike 3 called, and Logan Verrett strikes out the side in the second inning. Sweeney. Bogusevic. Rupp. Sit down. Scoop on all the latest Mets news as they gear up for the playoffs, plus a breakdown of what to expect in this weekend's Jets-Dolphins matchup in London. On Daily News Live, presented by Citi, tomorrow at 5, only on SNY. It's at 9:30 in the morning.
They still playing those games in Wembley?
They are.
That's funny.
They filled that place, too.
Well, yeah, the Brits love it. They love going. But
Daniel Murphy had a 3-run bomb his first time up tonight. Daniel carrying on his season-long conversation with the men in blue. Bob Davidson behind the plate tonight. Cespedes and Duda to follow. Murphy's home run was his 14th, a new career high. That was against Alec Asher, who lasted just 2/3 of an inning tonight. Justin DeFreitas has worked an inning and a third in relief. After 2 weeks on the sidelines, might be asked to go a good deal of distance tonight. And the curveball bounced down to first. Easy play for Ruff for the first out. This is a very confusing Phillies team, by the way. They've got a Ruff and a Rupp.
Okay.
Starting out the game, they had an Ashy and an Asher.
Okay.
And they've got a Herrera and an Altair.
Nightmare for you.
Well, it's easier in baseball than it would be, say, in hockey.
Where'd it get him? They got him almost to 100 losses. It hasn't been done since '61.
Not all those guys have been here for all 100.
My point is that even though they're not a particularly good team, they're providing some good wordplay.
Yes.
In addition to the chocolate ice cream.
Oh, very good.
Cespedes walked and scored his first time up.
I can honestly tell the score of the game by what you're eating.
No, I'm not eating all the time in a booth.
No, I'm not saying you're always eating in the booth. That's not what I'm saying.
Geez, have to bring me in on a wheelbarrow. We got to get Cespedes going here, folks. He's been a little kind of just chugging along, getting his hits. He really hasn't gotten hot again. I'd like to see him get hot before this season ends.
It's kind of where he was when he first came to the Mets.
Yes.
He went his first 45 at-bats as a Met without hitting a home run. And he's gone his last 49 at-bats without hitting a home run.
That means some serious damage in between them.
In between 17 home runs and 129 at-bats.
Oh, wow.
That's one every 7 at-bats.
Oh.
And Cespedes gets hit on the hand. That's not good.
I don't care how he feels. He's got to be taken out of the game.
Agreed.
Right.
Well, it's not the wrist. I feel that way, but we'll find out. It feels like
he's holding the back of his hand. Extreme pain.
And Terry's already told the home plate umpire that Cespedes is coming out, regardless of how quickly that pain might go away. They're going to take him down, get some x-rays as soon as possible. So the Mets will hold their breath and hope there's nothing broken.
How simply things can change in this game on one pitch.
Oh, got the pinky. Didn't it look like it got the pinky running?
It looked like you got the pinky, and it looked like you got the butt of the bat. I'm not sure that Bob Davidson didn't call that a foul ball.
Yeah, I think they did, and,
okay.
and that's why the umpires are huddling right now, trying to determine whether it's a hit by pitch or a foul ball, and they're going to go to a crew chief review and try and decide that way whether it's a hit by pitch or a foul ball. But obviously Cespedes got hit.
Yes.
Whether it hit the bat as well is another issue.
What happens to a lot of the hitters is that when they grasp the bottom of the bat with their left hand, right-handed hitters, they kind of have their pinky over that butt of the bat. So even though it might hit the wood, it can hit the pinky too.
Yeah, I don't think it hit the wood, did it? It got the outside of that hand.
And sometimes when you get hit like that, Gary, your finger can get pinched up against the bat.
Yeah.
Well, Kirk Neuenhuis is going to come in and either run for Cespedes or complete the turn at bat, depending on how they determine this ruling. And we're told this is actually a Mets challenge and not a crew chief review.
Looked like it got right on the flat side of his hand, on the pinky side.
And they're sending him to first base, so they're overruling the call on the field, which was foul ball, and ruling it is a hit batsman. So Neuenhuis, who had the bat in his hand, will now go to first and be a pinch runner for Cespedes.
The most important x-rays the Mets will have all season long.
So again, the Mets can do nothing but hold their breath and hope that the x-rays come back negative. Obviously, if Cespedes had to miss any time, if there's anything broken or amiss, changes a lot for this team going ahead to next week.
It sure does.
So Neuenhuis at first with one out, and now due to the batter, fly to center his first time up.
Travis d'Arnaud had a similar injury, didn't he, to his pinky on a ball inside? And he missed a lot of time.
Duda flies one foul, and that'll go out of play.
Should take that back. Not a similar injury. We have no idea what the injury is, but a hand injury that d'Arnaud suffered. He missed a lot of time.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know with those things.
Yes.
Until they get them in an X-ray machine, and even then, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 pictures to be sure. Sometimes you have to wait for the swelling to go down before you can make a full determination.
And I must re-emphasize, like I always do, because I've been hit by pitches, you've got to have ice on it overnight. And so this keeps the swelling down.
The giddiness of a 5-0 lead has left the bench in this ballpark.
Two and one to Duda. Well, what are the emotions like for a team in this kind of situation? I mean, and they're meaningful games in the sense that you're fighting for home field, but what you're really doing is trying to get yourself ready for a postseason series that is still 9 days away. And you see one of your key performers have to leave the field, and you don't know whether you're going to see him play again anytime soon. How does a team collectively react to that in this kind of situation?
Well, someone on that bench and an everyday player has got to pick it up, and you just got to go about your business, and you find out after the game, or you find out during the game. Someone will run a messenger up there and let you know.
Duda flies one out to left, and Altair is there.
Because the one thing you want to do, you want to hear right away. So as soon as wherever the X-rays are here, you want to know as a team, and it'll be relayed down to the bench. Now, if it comes back negative, everybody's happy. If it comes back or it's a break,
bad news,
then that kind of shakes you down to shakes your timbers a bit.
Collectively as a team, it shakes you down, and then individually, you have guys like Juan Lagares and others who start to think about, boy, now my role is a little different than it was before.
Here's d'Arnaud, and he lashes one into right for a base hit. Neuenhuis will go first to third. So d'Arnaud, who has been struggling, hits one hard the other way, and the Mets have first and third and 2 out.
That's the d'Arnaud I love to see. Now, Gary, the d'Arnaud going the other way. He's been struggling. That's it. Just when you're struggling, just go with pitches. Go the other way until you find your rhythm. The most devastating injury that I had a hard time overcoming, and I don't think I did. I don't think I know our team did, was going into the playoffs in '88 and Bobby Ojeda.
Right.
Ronnie, that was like, oh my goodness.
It's one of our main guys.
Conforto hit a 2-run homer into the seats and left his first time up, and he takes a strike.
The only thing different about that Bobby Ojeda injury is that it happened away from the ballpark, and it was so obscure that no one really to this day might even know what the story is. But anyways, he missed those playoffs, and his style of pitching was suited perfectly for the Dodgers.
Well, he was one of our top 4 starters, for crying out loud.
Even the last time the Mets were in the postseason in 2006, remember, El Duque pulled his calf muscle running the day before the postseason began. Mets were already without Pedro Martinez, and it had a huge impact on the postseason.
You see it in every National League team. Look at the Cardinals and their loss of Yadier Molina. They don't know how they're going to if they're going to have him back.
And the Dodgers, same with Yasiel Puig.
There you go. So,
but when something happens this late in a season, it gives you pause, and it makes you remember that you can plan all you want for the way that your postseason roster and your rotation and your lineup's going to look. But until you get there, so many things can happen. You just don't know.
Yeah, it's like we're going to pitch DeGrom, and we go with Syndergaard, we go with Harvey, we go with Matz. What? Oh, Matz can't pitch right now. Okay, we have to go to Plan B. That happens all the time.
That's why we've had conversations here about postseason roster configuration for a couple of weeks, and the writers are asking Terry about the same thing every day, but still 9 days to go, and you just don't know. Conforto fouls back the fastball.
was Bobby O's hand during the playoffs.
Well, Bobby was it was always Doc, and we'd throw Bobby the second game, left-handed, and then you, Ronnie, the third game.
That's right.
And then whatever it was, that was devastating, that loss.
One, two. And that's boxed around by Rupp. 2-2.
I don't even blame Rupp anymore. The beating he's taken here in an hour is just he's going to have PTSD after this game.
It's like he's playing middle linebacker.
By the way, in '88, you lost Ojeda to the injury, and you lost David Cohn to a sports writer.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Yeah, we did.
Only for a game, but it was a critical game.
Slow ground ball, and Sweeney's in front of it. That retires the side. Mets strand a pair in the third. Still 5-0 New York. That's the latest edition with the Division Champions T-shirt.
Wow, that's
nice.
quite a pose.
Kirk Neuenheim stays in the game in center field. Took over as a pinch runner after Cespedes left the game after being hit on the hand. And needless to say, we'll get any information on Cespedes to you as quickly as we can. The switch hitting Justin DeFreitas comes up for the first time. If you only bat twice a year, how do you know you're a switch hitter?
I don't get it. Yeah. Well, he was a switch hitter as a kid.
And he hits one toward the middle, and the switch hitter has a hit. Justin DeFreitas, his first major league hit. And they'll get him a souvenir.
Not bad. Kind of opened the hips up early, but came across.
He's been in the big league since 2011. That was only his third career plate appearance, and now he has a hit. I don't know if his other at-bats were all as a left-hand batter.
Yeah, we have to see his splits.
0 for 2, 0 for 1. So the Phillies have their second hit. Now Freddie Galvis, who walked his first time up. And Galvis drops down a bunt. Barrett off the mound. Safe. So Galvis bunts for a base hit, and the Phillies have 2 men on.
A little bit too slow from Barrett there.
He's the first one.
Not down the line, almost stepped on home plate.
Yeah, you don't have time to gather the ball into your glove. It's a bare hand play and a fire.
Agreed.
Looked like it might have rolled around in his hand, which is why he patted the glove.
You know, it's interesting. Galvis almost dropped the bat before he bunted the ball. We've seen that very often.
So now 2 men on for Odubel Herrera, who flied out to left his first time up. And Herrera drills one down the line, foul. We told you earlier that Toronto clinched the American League East with their win over Baltimore this afternoon, which leaves the American League wild card race, which is still open. The Yankees started the day 3 games in front of the Angels. Then the Angels a half game in front of Houston and a game and a half in front of Minnesota. Well, the Twins are playing a doubleheader. They've already laid down a marker.
Okay.
They beat Cleveland 7-1 in the first game behind 6 scoreless innings from Kyle Gibson. That's line to center, and Neuenhuis diving to make the catch. Neuenhuis just into the game, and they're going to double up to Freitas, who was running all the way. Flores flips it to Murphy, and it's a double play. 8-6-4, 2 out. Well, de Freitas' first big league trip on the bases is a brief one.
Beautiful play by Neuenhuis, and you never get hurt with Neuenhuis defensively. He can play the corner outfield positions as well as the center field positions, and be a positive.
How about that throw?
Terrific
on his
play.
back.
Great play. Oh yes, it's a big league play.
I would assume Flores was yelling at him because he knew de Freitas was off, and that's why Kirk flipped the ball in that way.
So that's an 8-6-4.
It is indeed. So 2 out. Galvis still at first, and Altair pops one up, and that'll come back in the crowd. Kirk landed on his shoulder and doing a little manipulating there. Altair had a broken bat base hit his first time up. And Barrett spanking that throw to first. So the Angels, who've been red hot, got a Mike Trout home run to go in front early on Oakland. Then Garrett Richards gave up 3 runs in the next half inning.
Garrett Richards, who was gunning for the Cy Young last year before he hurt his knee in Fenway Park. It's not been the same pitcher this year.
But now David Freese is at a home run, and it's now Oakland 3, Angels 2, bottom of the 4th.
Logan Verrett was going to throw a pitch, but he had the point to d'Arnaud because a ball had dropped out of Bob Davidson's sack. Bag and dropped down on the ground.
I've never seen a ball fall out of a sack before.
There's the ball bag. Two and one to Altair.
There are times when I regret that this show is live.
Red behind 3-1 on Altair. And that's pulled foul. Full count. Anyway, it's the A's 3 and the Angels 2 as they go to the 5th.
Well, it's also St. Louis scoring here.
Oh yeah, just Jason Hayward hit a grand slam. against Charlie Morton. So the Cards look like they're on the verge of clinching. They lead the Pirates 6-0 in the fifth. A win and that NL Central is done. 3-2, and he walked him. Second walk given up by Verrett, and now the Phillies have 2 men on. Let's see what else we got for you. Well, the Yankees still needs to win a few games to secure their postseason berth. They're down to the Red Sox again, 4-1 in the fifth. After Boston beat them last night. Meanwhile, Texas trying to hang on to the division lead in the NL West, 2 games up on the Angels. They're 2-2 with the Tigers in the first inning. Adrian Beltre with a home run. Verrett starting off rough with a slider, 0-1. They're the AL wildcard standings. The Yankees are in good shape, but they just need to lock that thing down. Remember, though, that the Angels also have 4 games with Texas to close the season, and they're only 2 games behind Texas for the West lead. That's drilled down the left field line, and Ruff has an extra base hit. Yalvis is in to score. Alter being waved home, and he'll score. It's a 2-run double for Darren Ruff, and the Met lead is cut to 5-2.
Good at bat for Ruff. Hanging breaking ball. Stayed in. Strong kid. One hopper off the wall. Funny, weird carom. Kind of allowed the back runner to score.
Ruff, of all the Phillies hitters, has probably had the most success, hasn't he? He's had some big games.
Here's Cody Ashe with Ruff at second and 2 out, and he pops one foul coming back this way and out of play. Well, the Phillies have not done much damage against the Mets this year, having lost 14 of 17. But Ruff, after homering in 3 straight games against the Mets with a 2-run double tonight.
Starting to get a little chilly. Wind blowing in our face here. Dead central, blowing straight in from center field. Gusting. There we are.
With the wind coming in out of the north, is that?
I'm at a loss.
1-2 to Ashe. Red trying to get through this third inning, behind in the count 1-2 on Ashe. And he checks the swing, 2-2. This was supposed to be John Neese's turn in the rotation, but Neese moved to the bullpen, where we saw him pitch an inning and 2/3 last night. Might see him again tonight. And Verrett strikes out Ashe to end the inning. Phillies played a pair. Could have been a whole lot worse, but for the defensive wizardry of Kirk Neuenhuis. Just into the game for the injured Cespedes. Not only makes a great catch, but starts a double play. 5-2 New York after 3. Fourth inning, Wilmer Flores leads off against Justin DeFreitas. And Wilmer takes a strike. Wilmer flied out to right field his first time up. Mets put up a 5-run first inning tonight. A 3-run homer from Murphy, a 2-run homer for Conforto. And that's the last good thing that's happened to the Mets in this game. Still waiting word on NYN AT Cespedes, who was hit on the hand by a pitch in the third. Right off the thumbs, DeFreitas falls out of the way, and then the ball hits the cushion.
I knew that was coming.
Was that a comedy? DeFreitas awkwardly going after the ball and missing it, and the ball going right off the second base bag for an infield hit.
Saw that one coming all the way. This is an infielder's dread right here. Ball coming off the bag like that. Nope. As a hitter, you love it. Nice little base hit.
So the Mets have their 6th hit, and Verrett can go up there and try and bunt. Verrett grounded out his first time up. Doesn't have a big league hit, doesn't have a big league sacrifice. His big league debut came working out of the bullpen in the American League. Pushes the bunt to first. Ruff has a play at second, but turns it down and gets the out at first. Sacrifice 3-4. Flores to second, and now Verrett has a sacrifice in his resume. Here's your Verizon trivia question: Who was the last pitcher to throw 2 no-hitters in the same regular season? Max Scherzer came close the other day, and his no-hit bid against the Reds broken up in the 8th inning.
Do you know who it is?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Here's Granderson, who's 2 for 2, a single and a double. He's scored a run. He's also been caught stealing tonight. Flores at second and 1 out. And DeFreitas needs a conversation. Phillies get their bullpen cranking. Adam Lowen is up. Lowen last night came and got 1 out and got a win. His first big league win since 2007. 3,083 days between wins.
And he hadn't got a hit since 2011.
Right, when he was an outfielder with Toronto.
Oh, what a night for him.
He's had quite a career roller coaster, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
At one point was an outfielder in the Mets farm system as he tried to work his way back in a second career. Pitcher, outfielder, and now against all odds back to pitching. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Verizon. Don't miss a moment of Mets baseball on the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network, only from Verizon. Two and 0 to Granderson. And Curtis lays off 3-0. DeFreitas has worked 2 2/3 innings, which matches the longest outing of his career in his 190th career game. Most pitches he's ever thrown in a game is 58. That was earlier this season against the Cardinals. So he's approaching limits. Granderson swinging 3-0, lifts one to right field. And Bogusevic comes in to get it. 2 out.
Bogusevic had a tough time last night. I don't know if he lost the ball in the lights. It sure didn't look at it like it in replay, but he muffed one last night.
So 2 out, a runner in scoring position for David Wright. David has walked and scored and struck out 0 for 1. And that kicks away from Rupp, and over to third goes Flores. Well, Rupp has been down on his knees virtually the entire game trying to stop potential wild pitches. This is the third one that's gotten away.
I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you, please stop it.
You said you couldn't write a country song. 1-0 from DeFreitas. And Wright takes up and in. 2-0. Well, you got Murphy and Neuenhuis and Duda, 3 straight left-hand hitters after Wright. So you figure if DeFreitas can't get David out, they'll bring in the lefty.
Oh boy.
The breaking ball misses badly, and now it's 3-0.
See if David gets the hit sign. I'd give him the old green light. There's Terry.
What do you think's rolling around his brain right now?
He's thinking
Exactly what's rolling around every Mets fan brain.
He's thinking best record, home field advantage.
That's high for ball 4, so Wright is on with a walk for the second time tonight and the 4th time in this series, and Pete McCann will come out and get DeFreitas. So DeFreitas goes a career-high 3 innings in long relief, and now the lefty Adam Lowen will come in to face the left-hand batters. Pitching change. Adam Lowen, fresh off his first victory in 8 years, takes the mound again tonight.
You know what's interesting about watching Adam pitch from a month ago is that he's dropped his arm angle, which I think is pretty interesting.
Ruben Tejada has come in to run for Flores at third base. Don't know what that's all about. Flores, remember, had been ill the last couple of days. So we'll have to find out about that. Mets have runners at the corners with 2 out. Murphy, the batter. Daniel delivered the keynote tonight with a 3-run homer in the first inning. And he bounces one right to the bag at short. Galvis takes it himself, and one pitch from Lowen gets him through the inning. Mets lead 5-2. We're celebrating 10 years of Mets baseball on SNY. After the break, we'll go back and relive another one of the thrilling moments from the past. September 26th, 2015. It was 4 days ago. Brought to you by Pepsi. He struck him out! Tears of joy for the 2015 New York Mets, National League Eastern Division champions.
Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. These five west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town.
I've said it from day one. I bleed orange and blue. I truly mean that.
Earlier today, fans were asked to tweet their memories from all those many days ago to @SNYTV using hashtag SNY10years. Today's tweet comes from Michael Cohen, no relation, drove 9 hours each way from Pennsylvania to Cincinnati, and he got sprayed with champagne. I just hope that Cespedes' champagne spraying hand is okay.
That kind of gave me goosebumps. It's the first time I've seen that.
I'm really sorry you weren't there.
No, I had.
That was really the only down of the entire days that you weren't there.
I had DVR'd it, so when I went home, I would be able to watch the whole thing and listen to you guys.
Darnell Sweeney leads off the home 4th inning. Ruben Tejada, who pinch ran for Flores, stays in at shortstop. Sweeney struck out his first time up.
Keith, the first time we clinched in a Mets uniform together, you were sick that day.
I had the major sinus attack like I always used to get. Bad. It was such a big lead, and it was a cold night, if you recall.
Yeah, it was.
And anyway, Mags had a big night. He got like 3 hits that night.
But you made it in for the end.
I did, for defense, even though it was a blowout.
Well, it's kind of like you use your closer. Familia was on the mound in a 10-2 game. It's like you playing first base in the ninth. Here's ball 4, and Sweeney's on with a leadoff walk. The third given up by Verrett in 3 innings plus. That's not like him. This game has an eerie feel to it for the Mets. They've already lost 2 players.
Yeah.
Cespedes, it was clear why he left the game. We're just waiting for a diagnosis. Flores, we don't know why he left the game, but we're only in the 4th inning.
We started this broadcast with me talking about Steven Matz, and not sure when he's going to throw again.
Ogusevich struck out his first time up. Been a struggle for Verrett. He had the 1 inning in the second when he struck out the side, but he's had a lot of traffic in every other inning. Got fortunate with the great catch by Neuenhuis that turned into a double play in the last inning. Otherwise, an inning in which the Phillies scored 2 could have been a whole lot worse.
You know, this is one of those rare nights. I know the Mets have hit a couple of home runs. It's one of those rare nights you want to be on this mound here in Philadelphia. Wind's blowing in a little bit. You can be a little more aggressive, challenge hitters.
And it's not as though the Phillies have a big home run hitting team on the field anyway. The Phillies are 3rd from the bottom in the National League in home runs, which is shocking, playing in this ballpark. And then you take Ryan Howard out of the lineup, and it's not a big bopping team. Most home runs in the lineup belong to Cody Ashe. He has a dozen. Phillies 13th in the National League in in home runs, 14th in runs per game.
Well, that tells you a lot right there.
Two and two to Bogusevic. Bogusevic getting some late season playing time. He's a journeyman player. Cameron Rupp, the on deck batter. We mentioned last night that the Phillies have lost 97 and haven't lost 100 in any season since 1961, when they went 47 and 107. That's drilled out to left center, slicing away from Neuenhuis. Over comes Conforto to dive, and he made the catch.
Nice.
Tremendous play by Conforto. Neuenhuis wasn't going to be able to get there with that ball working away from him, and somehow Conforto able to get over in the gap and make a terrific lunging catch.
Well, once again, Conforto proves the critics wrong. He has played just a spectacular left field. He's made all the plays. Sure-handed, whatever he can get to, he makes the play. Nicely done by Neuenhuis to get out of the way.
That's just an outstanding
Yes, it
play.
is.
Right on the webbing. Second terrific catch made behind Verrett tonight. 1 out and 1 on for Cameron Rupp. And he lifts one down the right field line, slicing foul. Could be a souvenir for everybody by the end of the night.
Yeah. I mean, they had how many sellouts in a row? Over 400, close to 500, something like that.
It was a very tough ticket for a long time here in Philadelphia, but then again, they were a great team for a long time. 5 straight division titles, a couple of World Series, 1 World Series title.
I misspoke. It ended August 2012. 257 consecutive sellouts.
Still a lot.
I think I'm thinking about the Red Sox have when they were going good. They
I think
had
also Cleveland.
Cleveland
Through the late 90s, early 2000s had a very long
when it was the
sellout streak. Right. Hooked in the air to left. Conforto back onto the warning track, back at the wall, and he leaps to make the catch and hangs on after a little juggle. Conforto was a little unsure how much room he had, and I think the wind might have helped him just a tad keeping that ball in the park, and Rupp is retired and Conforto putting on a show.
Well, he had to negotiate the wall, Garrett. This is close. He's got a ways to go here. He got spun around, but kept his focus. Really nice play.
What happens here is in the transfer, he almost loses it after he bounces off the wall. Watch the transfer. Almost lost it there.
Remember the catch he made last night when he came sliding in and he juggled it and came right back into his glove. Now Adam Lowen, who had a base hit yesterday.
Now, this wasn't the catch the caliber of the one prior, but it's a nice recovery. He got spun around the wrong way and it recovered nicely against the wall. No easy task. And that's very well done there, that little juggling act.
Sometimes it's when you pitch. It's a 2-run homer in the middle of the summer.
Well, Conforto's acquainted with that wall. He hit one over it early in the game. Adam Lowen last night had his first hit since his stint in the big leagues as an outfielder in 2011. It only lasted for 14 games and 32 at-bats with Toronto. Making his way back in his second career and now in his third. Again, as a pitcher.
So the Phillies have had 2 relievers taken at bat and their starter did not. That's unusual.
Very rough night for their starter Alec Asher, who lasted just 2/3 of an inning. And if not for the Mets outfield play, he might be off the hook by now. 1-2, and the curveball nubbed out to the left side. Right going a long way to get it, and he throws out Lowen by a stride to retire the side. Some spectacular play by Michael Conforto, though, to help Barrett through the fourth. Hitters in the same season. That was Verlander, right?
That's what I thought.
No,
Nolan.
Right.
It's been that long.
It really has. Wow. Nolan, of course, threw 7 no-hitters, more than anybody in history. Well, Kirk Neuenhuis will bat for the first time here in the 5th inning. The reason he's in the game, well, a sickening sight for Mets fans, although we just don't know how bad. Cespedes hit on the hand. Really left in a lot of pain. Taken for x-rays. We have not been given any results as of yet. That's what Cespedes has done since becoming a Met. That's her 37-18 since he was acquired. And they would really hate to go into the postseason without him. And now Neuenhuis is hit by a pitch.
Tell you what.
This has been a very ugly game on a lot of fronts.
Well, this is called team ERA well over 5.
So Adam Lowen, who came in to get the final out in the 4th, throws one pitch and hits Neuenhuis to start the 5th. And now Duda, who's 0 for 2, takes one inside for ball 1. Mets scored all 5 of their runs in the 1st inning. They've had base runners in every inning since. Lowen last night came in to strike out Duda with 2 men on in the 5th, the only batter he faced, and wound up with a win for his efforts.
You know, starting to talk about Adam Lowen, arm angle has dropped since we last saw him. It kind of makes sense. Bob McClure, who's his pitching coach, was a reliever for many ball clubs, and he dropped his arm angle later in his career to be more effective. Maybe he's helped Lowen out in that way also.
He certainly is cross-firing now. Behind on Duda, 3-1. Lowen was the 4th overall pick in the draft for Baltimore back in 2002. A huge prospect. And Duda fooled by the breaking ball, 3-2.
So jack of all trades, master of none for Lowen. Just a tremendous athlete. Could hit and could pitch, but Never did one or the other at an exceptional rate.
Strikes out Duda for the first down. Maybe he should have played hockey.
Yeah, there you go.
Could have been an enforcer.
They got a lot of good players, though, from Vancouver.
Ryan Dempster's from that part of the world, right?
Yes.
British Columbia.
Larry Walker.
Yeah. Now Travis d'Arnaud is 1 for 2. Single to right his last time up.
Now this arm angle really is effective against the left-handed hitter because it really feels as though it's coming right behind you. Not as effective against righties.
Throws across his body, doesn't step directly home, so he's going to get more break on his slider.
Ball and a strike to d'Arnaud. Nieuwenhuis at first and 1 out. And Lowen with the balk move to first.
If you're left-handed, you can get away with just about anything going to first base. Although, you better watch yourself with Bob Davidson behind the plate.
Yep. If anybody's going to call you for the balk, it's going to be Balk and Bob.
Oh.
And that skips by Rupp. Might have a play on Nieuwenhuis. And Kirk arrives safely. A hard bounce off the backstop in these newer ballparks. Sometimes a catcher might have a play he doesn't expect.
Was this a cross-up? Because this is not in the dirt, is it?
It just went right between the wickets.
Oh my goodness! Box it. That's going to be ruled a wild pitch, is it not?
I would assume so, and if so, it's the fourth wild pitch by 3 different Philadelphia pitchers tonight.
Feel like I'm watching an A-ball game here.
I mean, a missed tag, but that play was a lot closer than you think at second base.
Colton Murray, the next man up in the Phillies bullpen. Starter Alec Asher got knocked out in the first, so Pete Buchanan's had to go to his bullpen early and often. 2-1 to d'Arnaud. And that misses. 3-1. They call that a pass ball the last one.
Oh, really? Okay.
So 3 wild pitches and now a pass ball. I guess they're just trying to even things up a little.
Yeah,
that's okay. This game is as sloppy as my scorecard now.
Need some whiteout?
No, I've lost my whiteout. I ran out, but I'm okay.
Ball 4 to d'Arnaud.
Oh.
So a hit batsman, a pass ball, and now a walk, and the Mets have 2 on in the 5th. When the Mets win, you can win too. Just follow SNY on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. After every Met win, check out our post to find out how you can win a StubHub gift card. Follow SNY today, and don't miss out on the SNY social sweepstakes presented by StubHub. So now a pretty good test for Michael Conforto against this now side-arming left-hander.
Be a nice test for him.
Conforto hit a 2-run homer back in the first inning to knock out the starter Alec Asher, and he takes the breaking ball for a strike from Lowen.
I mean, I can tell by Conforto's approach that he can hit left-handers. Just right now with this club, and he's a rookie. He's not going to face the tough lefties. He's going to be platooned in the playoffs.
Question is, if you get into the middle of a game and they bring in a left-hander, does Terry Eustace bench at that point or leave Conforto in?
Depends on the situation of the game.
I mean, the Dodgers say have J.P. Howell, who's not, he's not overpowering lefty, but he might be the guy to face Conforto in the middle of a game.
It could, but it depends on the score because you're going to face Kenley Jansen at some point after that.
Right, so you don't want to lose Conforto for that later at bat. In the air to left center, slicing away from Herrera, and coming over is the left fielder Altair to make the catch, tagging at second and going to third is Nieuwenhuis, and he arrives safely.
Boy, the wind just played that ball all the way to the left fielder. Conforto's going to hit lefties. Look, and he stays in, And there's just no doubt. It's just not the right time right now.
So 2 out in the inning, and Pete McCann will make another pitching change. He'll bring the right-hander Colton Murray in to face Ruben Tejada. And we'll be right back to Philadelphia. American League East with a 15-run barrage in Baltimore. Jason Hayward's grand slam has helped the Cardinals to a 7-0 lead. They clinched the NL Central with a win, and the Rangers trying to hold off the Pack in the AL West. They're 2-2 with the Tigers in the third. Colton Murray, the 4th Philadelphia pitcher of the night.
Well, they had an interesting run this year. Started out in AAA Lehigh Valley, sent back down to AA, then back up to AAA, and now here with the Phillies, only in his 7th game.
Jay Hawk from the University of Kansas comes in with 1st and 3rd and 2 out to face Ruben Tejada, who's up for the first time in this game. And he rolls one out to shortstop. Galvis with the flip, and that retires the side. And the Mets strand 2 more. Halfway through in Philadelphia, 5-2 Mets. Murphy and Conforto with home runs, but that's still waiting for a word on NYN AT Cespedes. Terry Collins may have just gotten word. Ray Ramirez, the Mets trainer, coming out of the clubhouse and giving Terry some kind of report, whether on Cespedes or on Flores or just shooting the breeze.
Got any lip readers out there? Tweet us.
Freddie Galvis up for the third time. Thinks about the slug bunt and takes a pitch for a strike.
I'm sure we'll hear something soon.
Very confident man, Keith.
Galvis already with a walk and a bunt single tonight, and he flies this one foul. No.
Or am I just? Oh, I thought I had my talk back on. I was talking to the truck. Sorry.
Something you wanted to share with the class?
No, I didn't really want to. I was very private.
But next time, be more adept at passing a note. Galvis takes a slider inside. 1-2. Odubel Herrera on deck. And then Aaron Altair. Logan Verrett trying to get through 5. Mets have their bullpen cranking with Verrett at 74 pitches. Threw 75 in his last start 8 days ago against the Braves.
Just has not had any control of his fastball, inside or outside. That's what's made him when he's had his best games.
Well, there's John Neese, who pitched yesterday in relief and getting up again today next to Eric Goodell. Rolled slowly out to Murphy, and he throws out Galvis for the first out. Only the second time in 5 innings Verrett's retired the leadoff hitter. That should help. 1 out and nobody on, and now Odubel Herrera. Herrera hit the fly ball to center, on which Neuenhuis made a diving play and turned into a double play in the third. Meanwhile, in the pennant races, the Angels have just gone back in front of the A's 4-3 in the 6th on a Johnny Giavotella home run. The Angels looking for their 8th straight win. They sit in the second wild card spot in the American League. Good curveball by Verrett, something we don't see often.
Herrera here really flies open. He's going to have a hard time. I've seen him too many times. Watch his back foot after the swing. Comes across the plate. It's not good balance.
And Herrera gets hit in the back, and after 2 Mets got hit earlier, everybody's going to get warned now. Bob Davidson just pointed at Verrett, pointed at the Mets dugout, pointed at the Phillies dugout. So after Cespedes and Neuenhuis got hit earlier, Herrera gets drilled in the back rather predictably. Now this was Cespedes getting hit by Justin DeFreitas, and then Lowen hit Neuenhuis, and now Verrett.
Neither one intentional except this one.
Yes.
Right in the A and Herrera.
Well, you throw it right at the numbers. I mean, I always aim for the backside, but numbers is another place that people go.
I know we've talked about this before, but if you say that the first 2 were unintentional, why does that lead to the intentional retaliation?
But it doesn't matter, because this is the major leagues. And in the major leagues, you have to have control of your pitches. It's all right to throw inside. It's all right to knock batters down. But if you don't have control and start hitting guys because you're not good enough to be at this level, then your teammates are going to pay.
Especially when you hit your big bat.
Yeah. You know, the thing about the Phillies is that they don't have an equal as a bat. So you can't, it's not like you can go after their big power hitter. If Howard was in the lineup, Howard might be the guy. But you have to go after Herrera because he's been their best player.
Two and 2 to Altair, and now with both benches having been warned, anything inside that's perceived by the umpires to be at all intentional results in the ejection of pitcher and manager. Three and 2 to Altair.
certainly this might not be true in this case, but if you were to hear some bad news, it would make your intent even more severe.
Right. Runner goes and Altair fouls it off. So you're saying if the Mets dugout found out bad news, that might have led to Verrett.
It would make me, I can't say about Logan. I don't want to put him in that spot. He's a young kid. But as a pitcher, it would rattle your core. You'd be very angry.
Herrera runs. Altair fouls off another one.
And again, DeFreitas didn't mean to do it, but it doesn't matter. You know, I mean, at this level, you've got to have better control. Simple as that. It's not even better control. It's just when bad things happen, there's retribution, and that's just how it works. Less now than there used to be.
Well, now it's more legislated by the umpires.
Yeah.
You have warnings and such that you didn't used to have. Altair takes ball 4, and now the Phillies have 2 men on, and that'll get Darren Ruff to the plate as the tying run.
Here comes Terry. He's not going to wait around. I knew this was going to happen, and I have to agree with him here.
Well, it hasn't been a good night for Red. That's his 4th walk. And so Verrett will exit after 4 1/3, and the Mets will go to their bullpen. Eric Goodell on his way in. Mets up 5-2 in the 5th. We'll be right back.
Yeah, pitched in last night's game, just got an out and gave up a hit. Injury-plagued season, but still his 34th game.
Comes in to face Darren Ruff, who has had the biggest bat in the Phillies lineup in this series. 3-run homer last night, 2-run double tonight, and he's the tying run at the plate in a 5-2 game. And this may be a one-batter assignment for Goodell because John Neese is up in the bullpen with the left-hand batter Ashe on deck.
Perfect situation for Terry to check out Big John.
Well, the biggest issue coming in was to see whether Neese could pitch 2 days in a row, and he's going to get the opportunity to do that.
And again, with the impending weather that you're anticipating, this might be your last chance to do it.
Well, especially with Matz being pushed back.
Yeah.
They were going to pitch him tomorrow, but he's not going to. And so if they use Matz over the weekend, somebody else will have to piggyback off him, and that'll take innings away from the bullpen. Because the Mets plan to use Syndergaard and Harvey and DeGrom the last 3 days of the season, although in abbreviated outings for all three, if indeed those games get played. Ruff pops one up. Duda retreating, the wind grabbing it, and Duda to the railing to get it. And the runners hold. Nice throw by Duda on one hop to third base. And there are two out.
Nice play by Lucas.
You know, we always talked about Ike Davis when he was here because he pitched in college. But, you know, Lucas Duda also pitched in a state championship game in Dodger Stadium. Every once in a while, he unleashes a beautiful arm.
So Goodell gets his man. Now Neese will face his. Neese comes in to face Cody Ashe when we come back to Philly. Before last night, now John Neese makes two in a row.
Well, you have to see if he can go back-to-back, especially against the left-handed hitter Ashe.
And a left-hand hitter has had a lot of success against Neese. He had a base hit against John last night, 6 for 10 in his career. Ashe bats with 2 out and 2 on, and fouls off the first pitch, 0-1. Ashe tonight has flied out and struck out 0 for 2. Last night Neese worked an inning and 2/3, or an inning and a third. I had it right the first time, an inning and 2/3. Gave up a run on 3 hits. And that's lined into right, a base hit for Ashe. Herrera around third, being waved home. Granderson's throw is cut off. It's an RBI hit for Ashe. He's now 7 for 11 against John Neese, and this is now a 5-3 Met lead, and the Phillies have the tying runs on base.
Nice at bat from Ashe there, staying level on that fastball. Wants it away. That ball was in, Ron. He turned on it. Nope. There's 2 outs. Everybody's running.
Well, that ball is supposed to be on the outside corner, especially up in the count, and came right back over the inside corner.
Darnell Sweeney, the switch hitter, turns around about right-handed. Sweeney has struck out and walked. Alter at third. Ashe now the tying run at first with 2 out.
That ball's on the inside corner, it looks like, and that's a good turn. They wanted it away.
One to Sweeney. Jerome Williams up in the Phillies bullpen. Down the right field line, slicing, foul. 2-2.
Now I'm not second guessing John's pitches. But I would be, if I were in his position, using this time to develop a breaking ball that I can throw for a strike to left-handers and one that I can throw for a strikeout, one out of the strike zone. That's what I would be working on against left-handers. Fastball is a pitch that, you know, the guys that specialize as being great lefties are the guys that can come in and throw a breaking ball that the left-handers just can't handle. Simple as that.
Hit hard. Murphy with a beautiful backhand pick and gets the out. Now Murphy saving Neese's bacon. Sweeney hit a bullet, and Murphy makes a nice play to get the Mets through the inning with just the 1-run scoring. After 5-3 New York. X-rays on Yoenis Cespedes' left hand negative. A contusion of the left ring and middle fingers, but no break. Michael Kadire pinch hitting as we start the 6th inning, and he takes low. So again, it's the left middle and ring fingers. They X-rayed both. The X-rays were negative. They're calling it a contusion.
So ice tonight. Ice.
Kadire batting for John Neese.
Well, maybe this is their year, Gary. Every single time we usually get this kind of news, in recent history, it's been usually negative.
Now they're all smiles.
Well,
Still
going to be a few days until he feels better. That's for sure. And then the question is, what, Keith? Is it more about gripping a bat than anything else?
Oh yeah, and the best thing for Yoenis to do tonight is to the school of Ron Hunt is just put ice on that thing for the first 24 hours, keep the swelling down, and I guarantee you it'll work wonders. If he goes to bed without ice on an ace bandage and have his hand ice, and if he doesn't do that all night, it's going to be swollen in the morning. If he does it overnight, I guarantee you, I've done it my whole career, he'll be fine.
Well, it was one scary couple of innings for the Mets and their fans waiting for the results of those X-rays. Kadire bounces one toward third, and Ashe comes in, bobbles, and Kadire beats it. Boy, Ashe's looked just dreadful at third base in this series.
Well, just a lack of concentration, Gary. Here, it's routine.
Well, remember, they moved into the outfield earlier this year when Michael Franco came up, and
for good reason.
Now
possibly.
back at third base, and it's just not working for him.
Wow, that's routine.
Eric Young will run for Michael Kadire at first base.
So the contusion's on his left hand.
Left hand.
Which is really a big thing. Well, no, it's bottom hand. So you're also talking about it's not his hand that he throws with, which is one of his great weapons. You know, if it's his right hand, you know, that's his throwing hand.
He'll be fine. Contusions are contusions.
He's tough, too.
Contusion is, in layman terms, is a bruise. It's a severe bruise.
Granderson's 2 for 3 tonight, a single and a double. Flied out his last time up. Got blowing rain here in Philadelphia. This is an official game. Terry Collins was talking tonight about Eric Young and the possibility of him being on the postseason roster, and I think that Terry would very much like to have EY for just these purposes, for pinch running in a close game late. But he made an interesting point. He said, probably in reference to Kansas City last year with Terrence Gore, it's easier to do that on an American League postseason roster than a National League roster.
Yeah, because your set lineup is your set lineup. You're not really going to the bench that often.
He said it's great to have a guy like that available, but it also limits what your other options are off the bench, and you might find yourself in an extra inning game where you have to use that guy in a pinch hitting role because you have nobody else left, and that's the downside.
Well, the problem with the Mets is that they have really no team speed at all.
Right.
So that's why it's more important.
Well, the other thing is, it all depends on how many pitchers you keep. You know, last year in the division series, we looked back and every team kept 12 pitchers, which I don't understand why you need 12 pitchers in a 5-game series.
Yeah, I'm at 10. 10 is what you need. 15 everyday players. That gives you a nice bench, especially in the National League. Gives you enough weapons against the bullpen. I think you got to have a guy with speed. I think you got to have a guy with a glove who can come off the bench, and you don't have to worry about defensively if you got a 2-run lead in the 8th and 9th inning. I think those are all important things.
3-1 to Granderson. By the way, we just got a medical report on Wilmer Flores. He left the game with lower back stiffness.
Whoa.
So that's the story on Wilmer. So now you've got 2 players with lower back stiffness. Matz and now Flores. Granderson pops one up. Looking through the raindrops, Galvis, and he grabs it for the first down. Let's check in with the studio. Eamon McEnany has a game break brought to you by Honda. Here's David Wright with 1 out and 1 on. David has walked twice and struck out 0 for 1.
LaTroy Hawkins was the kind of add-on to that trade from Colorado with Troy Tulowitzki. He's done a nice job in that bullpen for Toronto.
A lot of postseason droughts are ending. Young takes off. The throw by Rupp. Close play. Safe. Eric Young just got his hand in. And we'll see if the Phillies challenge the call at second. Very close.
He beat it.
His hand got in there. It's a nice quick tag by Sweeney, though.
It's pretty close.
It is close.
It's out.
Think?
He might have gotten his fingers on the bag before the tag.
Might have. So
and
since
the
he's
Phillies are going to challenge.
Boy.
Rupp immediately looked to the dugout to see if he was going to get any help.
Those Phillies are fighting for the flag.
He might be out.
I think he's out. Excellent tag by Sweeney. Quick.
The replay crews are led by John Hirschbeck and Jim Joyce back in Chelsea. Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Mets have already had a call overturned in their favor. We'll see if the Phillies get one as well. Did the finger hit the bag before the tag hit the arm? That's what they're going to have to try and determine. Ball in the field was safe.
They got him.
Yeah.
Also might be too close to call.
If it's too close to call, of course it stands.
I mean, that finger, that was it his index finger, might have hit the bag before the glove hit the arm, but it's really hard to tell. Nice shoes, though.
Yeah, very nice. How about the guy with the bag? He doesn't look too happy with his job. Look at that. Jeez.
Put him in a trench coat, Inspector Gadget.
And so we wait. Hunter Wendelstedt, the crew chief, in the middle. Marvin Hudson, who made the call, on the left. The guy with the gym bag on the right. What do you think? Should there be a time limit? If they don't decide within a certain period of time, call stands?
Yes.
That's a good idea, Gary.
That's great.
Safe. So they do not overturn the call. I would imagine it just didn't have clear and convincing evidence. So the Mets have the second call go their way. Phillies lose their challenge. It's the 6th stolen base of the year for Young.
Nice throw by Rupp.
Rupp reacting to the upholding of the call.
I mean, if anything should go someone's way, it should go Rupp's way at least once tonight.
He's taken a pounding, hasn't he? 1-0 count to right with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Colton Murray came on to get the final out in the 5th. He's had an error made behind him, now a stolen base. Murphy waits on deck. Got to give props to the fans who are here tonight. It's getting colder.
Yeah.
The wind is blowing. There's rain blowing around. This is one of the ugliest games we've seen all year. And they're hanging out and having a good time. Sharing some peanuts behind home plate. 3-0 now to right.
The most surprising thing to me, you're not in your jacket yet. You've got to be a little cold, aren't you?
Young man, come on. Watch the game. No iPads.
He's checking out the stats, Key. Wright walked on 4 pitches his last time up. He's got a 3-0 count here. And he takes a strike. I mean, over the course of 162 game seasons, you're going to have your Rembrandts and you're going to have your
You stinkers.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Stinkers.
This is wow.
This is an L. Stinkowski.
3-1 breaking ball for a strike. Full count. People's United Bank starting pitcher is a night to forget for Alec Asher. I wonder if he's running laps around the stadium as we speak.
Like Belf.
Not great for Logan Barrett either. He left with a lead, but not a deep enough outing to qualify for a win. That was the case for the Phillies last night. They won. Their starter didn't go 5. And strike 3 called. Right caught looking. So Murray comes back from 3-0 to get right for the second out.
David's always curveball just buckles his world. You gotta. Those are good curveballs to hit if he stays in.
So 2 out. Young still at second. Now Daniel Murphy. Murph delivered a 3-run homer back in the first inning against the starter Asher. Since then he's hit 2 ground balls, 1 for 3 on the night.
So you see some of the games with Rembrandts, this is more of a still life photo from a yard sale for 50 cents.
It's more like a board meeting. I mean, Rupp puts his arm around Murray and says, what? If we delay long enough, we can make it till game time tomorrow?
No, you can make a pitching change.
Yes, that's it. They want the lefty for Murphy.
Oh, boy.
They've already used one of their 2 lefties, so that leaves only Ken Roberts. So that would be him. Here's Mr. Roberts. Trying to get a Henry Fonda out of Keith or
Oh,
something.
Henry. Jimmy Cagney.
5-3 Mets in the 6th. We'll be right back.
With Colorado in May, only had 7 appearances for them after being claimed off waivers from Colorado. That's how Phillies got him.
Young at second and 2 out. Murphy a 3-run homer in 3 at bats. Takes a curveball for a strike.
It's like another open audition, Gare. That's all we've been seeing in September.
Also Robles up in the Mets bullpen. This is the 5th Philly pitcher of the night, and it's only the 6th inning. Murphy flares one. Ashe with the spin, able to pick it up and throw him out. Tougher play for Ashe than the first one of the inning, but he makes this one with aplomb. Still 5-3 Mets. Going to the bottom of the 6th in Philly. Some of the particulars, and well, the proceedings have not been without some hard feelings this year. Remember back in April, Matt Harvey hitting Chase Utley in the back and giving a little stare down. More recently, Daniel Murphy styling a bit on a home run, and then the quick pitch from Hansel Robles, and that drew the Phillies' ire. And in the aftermath of all that, you had Larry Bowa threatening to hit Murphy in the ribs for the styling the night before.
I can read that. I can read those lips. Hey, Murphy, you flip that bat, we'll get you in the ribs.
And speaking of Mr. Robles and his quick pitch, which drew the ire of the Phillies, here he is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he does it here. I saw in Cincinnati it caused some problems again.
Well, the question there was about how the umpires handle it, whether a quick pitch results in a no pitch or a ball, and that seemed to be in question. And league office clarified that on a quick pitch a ball will be called. And
what's a quick pitch?
Well, that's in the opinion of the umpire, whether the hitter is set in the box. Brian Bogusevich leading off in the home 6th, and Robles throws one by him, and it's 0-2.
Hansel can always feel like there's been a Robles rule put in. Right?
Cameron Rupp on deck, and the pitcher spot for the Phillies in the 6th. Bogusevich robbed by Conforto his last time up, who made a tremendous diving catch going out toward the warning track, and then narrowly avoided getting kneed in the head by an on-rushing Kirk Neuenhuis. It's almost shades of Stephen Piscotty had it gone that way.
Saw Piscotty on the bench for the Cardinals today. Said his neck is still a little sore, but other than that, he's doing pretty well.
Very lucky.
Yeah, good for him. He's a talented young man. This September, with all these call-ups, and I know each team is trying to battle each other because everyone's doing it. This is like everyone gets a trophy in September. Baseball. It's a joke.
Well, you know, you've always had this rule. This is not new.
Yeah.
You've always had roster expansion in September. Bogusevich hits one toward the left field line, and that slices and goes out of play. But it seems as though, first of all, more teams are adding more players, and the Mets certainly are one of those. They've got 38 players on their roster, but also because of the way the game has changed, managers are seemingly utilizing entire waves of relief pitchers over the course of games.
You know, I'm not getting on managers for doing it because that's how the game is being played now. It's just producing an awful. We're trying to entertain people. It's just an awful product to have the manager coming out every inning and replacing two pitchers because he can, because he has 3 or 4 left-handers. I just don't like it. I think, you know, September baseball is when it should be the hardest. You should really know how to manage your players so that you're getting to the finish line with the guys as good as they can be. You don't have to do that now. You have 15 guys in the bullpen.
Well, every manager I've ever spoken to hates roster expansion. Yeah. They'll all say, hey, we play with one set of rules for 5 months, and then when the games mean the most, we play with a different set of rules. Every single one of them says, I'd like it to be different, but it never changes.
Oh, it's not their fault. I'm not blaming the managers because, you know, they're saddled with whatever players are brought up, and then you try to use them to the best of your ability. I'm sure it's got to be very difficult to go from 25 to 38.
Well, the thing about it is, there seems to be a very easy solution for this, but nobody in Major League Baseball has taken the reins of making it happen. What's wrong with having September call-ups, but then every game putting out a 25-man roster? I mean, hockey does the same thing. You have healthy scratches.
You just take your starting pitchers off. That's all you have to do.
How about limits to how many you can bring up? Because this is absurd.
Well, but again, it shouldn't matter how many you bring up as long as you can only use a certain number each game. Conforto comes in and makes what, for him tonight, is an easy play for the first out.
I just think the dynamics, and I'm just talking about trying to remember back when I played. Can you imagine being on the plane with 38 guys on the plane and the locker room and dugout? And I mean, come on. Trying to win a championship here. You guys have your chance maybe a little later.
Well, the odd thing is too. Well, it's not so odd. I find amusing is that minimum salary is $500,000. These guys get called up and get prorated a month for $500,000. When I got called up, it was $16.5. A little bit of a difference.
There's Rupp, who's 0 for 2. Hit one to the wall in left field that Conforto caught his last time up.
That's right. Remember, I told you that story, how I got my first check. I was so excited. And Tom Seaver looked at it, and he laughed at me because it was so low. Such a small amount.
It's okay. It's your first big league check.
That's right.
Compared to what you made in the minors, I'm sure it was a windfall. 1-1 to Rupp.
What was the most you made in the minors? Monthly.
Most I made in the minors. My second year, I made $1,200
a month.
A month. Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So Chase Darno on deck to pinch hit.
How the hell did you get paid more money than me for crying out loud?
Number 1 pick.
He's younger than you.
Try to be a number 1 pick. That way, you know.
I got paid $1,100. I thought I was rich. AAA.
I know
and Robles gets the call on a high slider, 2-2.
I know the first year in Tulsa when I was there, it was $600 a month, and you know after taxes or whatever, it was $158 take home every 2 weeks, and you made it work somehow. I don't know how.
You have a roommate, that's for sure.
Were we getting about $11 a day meal money?
Morrison's Cafeteria, $8 all you could eat.
Morrison's Cafeteria,
$8 all you could eat.
You can go back for seconds, thirds, fourths.
That one sails over the head of Rupp and goes to the backstop. And
threw him out.
Robles has been ejected from the game.
He didn't do it on purpose.
And now we got some serious hard feelings between these two teams.
Remember, Ruff was the batter that was up when Robles quick pitched in that game. Or was it Ruff? It might have been Ruff. Sorry, pinch hitting. I made a mistake.
Boy, oh boy.
Rupp has had himself a rough night in other areas, and he just saw one sail by his helmet.
That was, and I guarantee you that wasn't done on purpose. I don't think it was. When there's already bad blood this year, too.
Well, that's the thing. I think with all that's gone on in this season series, and again tonight with 3 batters hit, anytime a ball is up near a player's head, you can understand.
I'll be very curious to see how tomorrow's game plays out.
And not only will Robles be ejected, but Terry Collins will be ejected too. Remember, warnings were issued after Neuenhuis got, or after Herrera was hit in the 5th inning. And that means that if there's any intent judged by the umpiring crew, the pitcher and his manager both get ejected.
That just about. There he is.
Cespedes back in the dugout after getting his x-rays, which came back negative.
We don't want him involved in a fight.
No fighting. There was just a lot of posturing and staring and jawing. You see the tape on the hand of Cespedes. So Robles and Collins both get ejected, and the Mets will bring in a pitcher who has yet to warm up, and he'll get as much time as he needs to get himself ready. It'll be a 3-2 count on Rupp for the new pitcher to inherit.
Boy, this pitch was close.
Right by his ear.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's Sal the Barber.
And you can understand why Rupp was unhappy.
Oh boy, I don't blame him.
Is there a chance we can get the call from d'Arnaud, guys in the truck? Did he call a slider that didn't break? Or is this a fastball up and in?
I think it was a fastball.
That's a fastball.
Well, take a look. Let's see it from d'Arnaud. Because to me, it's like d'Arnaud's telling him it wasn't a fastball.
Darnell's telling him it wasn't done on purpose.
No, I agree.
Oh!
You saw d'Arnaud flinch as the pitch came in.
Fastball, isn't it, Ronnie?
I think it's a slider.
Yeah?
I think it's a slider coming out of his hand that didn't break. And it's just zeroed in on him.
Let's back up, see if we can get the call.
I could be
from
wrong.
d'Arnaud.
Could be wrong.
Oh boy. Oh boy, he's letting him have it, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he is. Feel the same way anytime a ball is at your head.
And that won't be forgotten.
Bobby Parnell's going to come in and get as long as he needs to warm up.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Most importantly, I'm glad that Rupp wasn't hit in the face.
Yeah.
My gosh.
That was awfully close. You could probably feel the breeze of that ball sailing by his ear. All right, we're going to go back and look at the sign.
It's a slider.
Yeah.
3.
No, is it the pinky? Fastball away?
No, it's three fingers down,
and it was,
slider away.
He overthrew it.
Yeah, coming out of his hand. You can tell he's trying to make it turn.
Yeah, you're right, Ron.
Yeah.
He lagged with the arm.
If that had been a fastball, he wouldn't have got out of the way.
So Hansel Robles, who has been the object of some dissatisfaction by the Phillies before, gets ejected from the game for throwing close to Cameron Rupp after warnings had already been issued. Bobby Parnell, enough of a veteran to know that he has to fully warm up here in front of everybody, no matter how long it takes.
And it's been such a struggle for Bobby, and he's coming in here in this tight ball game.
You know, we were going to talk about this the other day, but we kind of got cut off, and we have time now. But, you know, watching the Mets clubhouse celebration on Saturday, I felt bad for Bobby Parnell because we talked about all the guys who've been here for a long time, whether it's Wright or Murphy and Duda and Nisa. But Bobby Parnell's been here a long time, too, and it's almost as though he couldn't celebrate the way he wanted to because he hasn't really been part of it.
You know, I was thinking back to Game 7 in the '86 World Series where I pitched real poorly. Sid came in and saved the day, and the hitters got it going and won the game. I remember that after all this champagne and everything was done, and I had a chance to think about it, I was real sad. I was real sad because, you know, I felt like I didn't do my part in the game. Now, I was really happy for us because we had the championship trophy, but I felt sad for myself because I felt like I was missing something, you know, because I didn't perform correctly. And I think Bobby maybe feel a little bit of that.
Well, he wouldn't be. He's one of many. He's not the first one.
That's right.
You're one example.
That's right. That's
right.
Well, in his case, he had worked so hard to get to the point 2 years ago where he was an effective closer, and then injuries, first to the neck and then the Tommy John surgery, took away a year and a half. Finally able to make it back this year, and it just hasn't gone the way he would have hoped.
He's working with half his weapons, and he's trying to on the fly go from a guy who's throwing 100 to a guy who's throwing 92, and trying to be as effective. Very hard to do.
So Parnell will get as long as he needs to get ready before he faces Rupp. While he's working on that, let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Guys, just a quick note. One of you mentioned that you didn't want Yoenis Cespedes getting out there while the bench is cleared. Pat Rustler especially didn't want him getting out there. Cespedes tried to get onto the field. Rustler saw it happening and tugged on his shirt behind him, brought him back into the dugout.
Talking about the Mets assistant hitting coach, and wisely so. Hand has taken enough abuse today.
Wisely so, but it tells you a lot about Cespedes, doesn't it? That he's out there on that bench, and it would have been a foolish move for him to go out there. But as a teammate, you feel like you have to be out there.
Well, you can go out there, but you don't have to fight.
Yeah.
You don't want to take any swings.
Yeah. You see there, Parnell and Murphy checking on the count. It is a 3-2 count that Hill inherited. So if it is ball 4, the walk would be charged to Robles. Any other result gets charged to Parnell. And for a season series that's been rather lopsided this year, there's been a lot of ill feeling.
Well, when you do own a team, as the Mets have owned the Phillies this year, you're certainly going to have these kind of feelings. It happens. But today is almost absurd, all the things that have come down. From Mats to start to Cespedes to, just on and on.
3 batters hit.
Robles getting thrown out with the manager.
A lot of indifferent pitching on both sides. And now Rupp will resume his turn at bat. So it's a 3-2 count to Rupp with 1 out and nobody on. We're in the bottom of the 6th with the Mets leading 5-3. And it's a walk, and that'll be charged to Robles. And the Phillies have a 1-out base runner, and now the Darno family reunion will ensue. Chase Darno, who struck out last night, appearing not even to talk to his brother.
Yeah.
Now he turns around and gives him a smile.
Wouldn't be appropriate right now with this heated the emotions right now, particularly on the Phillies side.
So Darno, who's had 9 at bats since he was called up on the Phillies, pulls 1 foul. Darno, the older of the 2 Darno boys. Travis said last night after they struck him out with a curveball, he said he remembered tape ball games when Travis was 6 and Chase was 8, where he got him on a breaking ball. Figured that was the right call.
From tape ball.
Tape ball. Well, when you're the younger brother, you have to throw in a wrinkle.
That's right.
Parnell ahead 0-2. If you're late to the party tonight, you should know that tomorrow's game, which was originally a 7 o'clock start, has been moved to 12:05 to try and beat the weather. That's 14 hours from now. And it could be that this game is done by then, but we're not sure.
Maybe.
Well, did you pack this afternoon? I normally pack. I didn't.
You packed
Why
the day
would you have
before?
packed?
Oh, I packed the day before.
Did you know before you left the hotel that the game had been switched?
No.
Then
I always get a little jump on it.
Were you thinking of not coming tomorrow?
I can always get a little jump.
I think he's still thinking of it.
But I will pack tonight before I go to bed, that's for sure. I hate to do it in the morning.
Always pack in the morning.
You do? You pack
Always
in the
pack
morning?
in the morning. Last thing.
Well, our bags have to be down so doggone early with this squad. Jeez, you got to pack at night.
2-2 Darno. And it's a little bit low. Full count. Freddie Galvis on deck. Mets had a 5-0 lead in this game before the Phillies ever came to bat. And the Mets have had a passel of base runners in the ensuing innings, but unable to tack on. Phillies got 2 in the 3rd and a run in the 5th.
And Bob Davidson won't call anything borderline knees.
And there's ball 4, so Chase Darno draws a walk. Back-to-back walks, and the Phillies have the tying runs on base. Well, we were talking about Cespedes, who was just coming out of the clubhouse as the benches started to clear, and came running up the stairs to see what was going on. Probably saw on TV that the benches were starting to clear.
He's all right.
Started to walk up the steps.
Under control. There's Pat.
You don't know what's going to happen on the field. The cardinal rule, and I'm not talking about a player that's been hurt in the game like Yoenis, but the cardinal rule is that you come out of the clubhouse and you get on the field because you don't know what's going to escalate. This one didn't escalate at all.
So let me ask you this, because the bullpens didn't empty. What's the protocol there? At what point do the bullpens join the fray?
Well, when you start seeing the jawing and the pushing, that's when the bullpen's empty.
Galvis 1 for 2 and a walk, a bunt single back in the 3rd. He scored a run. Tying runs on base with 1 out. And that one kicks away from Travis d'Arnaud, and the runners will move up. So a wild pitch charge to Parnell.
Wow.
And now the tying runs are in scoring position.
They're letting the Phillies hang around. There's no way. That's a tough one with a fastball. This is one ugly game.
You think? Dan Warthen's going to go out to the mound to talk to Parnell. So Parnell came in through ball 4 to Rump after replacing the ejected Robles. Walked Chase d'Arnaud after getting ahead 0-2. And now a wild pitch. And now a base hit could tie the game for the Phils. Meanwhile, in Anaheim, the A's lead the Angels 8-5 in the 8th inning. Oh, we talked about it the other day, how the Angels bullpen has been compromised lately, and they're getting it handed to them tonight.
Houston Street hurt. Joe Smith still hurting.
And the Cardinals are 1 out away from winning the National League Central.
That's a final now.
That is a final?
Yep. Cardinals win 11-1 in the second game of that doubleheader, so they have clinched the National League Central with their 100th victory of the season. So congratulations to the Cardinals. So that'll leave the Pirates and Cubs in the wild card game. Pirates have not yet clinched home field. Infield back. And Galvis fouls it off 1-1.
Should we just put that on tape? Congratulations, Cardinals.
12 times in the last 16 years they've been in the postseason.
Well, Mike Matheny has done a heck of a job with that team. They've had their share of injuries this season.
This is inside 2-1.
All the talk has been that Joe Madden is going to get the manager of the year, and he's done a heck of a job, but that club has got a lot of talent. Matheny's had a lot of injuries. Well, Terry Collins had nothing for a half a season and tons of injuries.
Galvis lines one into center field for a base hit. Rupp scores. Here comes Chase d'Arnaud. Neuenhuis is thrown to the plate, not in time. The game is tied, and down to second goes Galvis. The Phillies have come up from 5 runs down to get even. So more bad tidings for Bobby Parnell.
The breaking ball is just not fooling anybody. It's lazy. No snap to it. He's better off just taking his chances with his fastball. Cut off, overthrown the cutoff man by NYN. And that's critical. The go-ahead run gets on second base.
Chase, the faster of the two Garnos, scores the tying run.
What was that slide all about?
Bob Guerin running the team with Terry Collins having been ejected. He's got Dario Alvarez, who just rejoined the team today. He's been out for a couple of weeks with a groin injury. And Alvarez, who had been pitching in instructional league games, is going to come in the game to face Odubel Herrera. It's 5-5 in the sixth. We'll be right back to Philadelphia.
This thought, but here he hasn't pitched since September 15th. It's here late in September, and he still has a chance to make the roster because no left-hander has distinguished themselves.
Well, we've seen Neese the last two nights. He's struggled. Odubel Herrera up with a runner at second and one out. Phillies have tied the game on a Freddie Galvis two-run single.
Breaking ball right down, but right down the middle.
Call those rollers, don't you, Keith?
Yes, and they're easy to gauge.
Herrera's 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch his last time up by Logan Verrett, seemingly in a retaliation for two Mets being hit earlier. Both benches were warned at that point, and when Robles threw up and into Cameron Rupp, he and Terry Collins were both ejected. In the air, shallow center. Out goes Murphy, and he's got it for the second out.
Three good breaking balls from Alvarez.
Well, that's what they've raved about in the minor leagues,
yes.
Scott Alvarez.
He doesn't throw overly hard. When he's at his best, he controls that breaking ball, and it's, of all the breaking balls we've seen from Mets pitchers other than Blevins in April, it's the best one out of the bullpen.
Now Aaron Altair has been on base 3 times in a row, a single and 2 walks. He's scored a run. And Alvarez backdoors the breaking ball for strike 1. So it's the 6th inning, and the Mets have used 6 pitchers, and the Phillies have used 5 pitchers. One of the reasons this game is better than 3 hours old in the 6th inning. And Altair takes low and in. Did it hit him? It did.
Oh, man.
So Altair becomes the 4th batter hit in this game.
Hit with a breaking ball, so Bob Davidson is not going to make any moves.
There's nobody left to throw out.
That's right.
That's your back foot slider, literally. Well, you got the right-hand hitter Darren Ruff coming up, and Bob Guerin's on his way out to the mound. And it appears we're going to have another pitching change, and Carlos Torres is going to come into the game. So the Mets will go to their 7th pitcher. Mind you, it's the 6th inning. Alvarez out, Torres in. We'll be right back.
Pitched in last night's game, pitched an inning, had a strikeout.
Comes in to face Darren Ruff, who had a 2-run double back in the 3rd. Phillies have rallied to tie the game here in the 6th. They're now trying to take the lead with Galvis at 2nd and Altair at 1st. You know, I was thinking maybe we'd put up a graphic showing you all the Mets who've pitched tonight and their numbers, but I don't think it'll fit on the screen.
No, it won't.
Logan Verrett went 4 1/3, allowed 3 runs, 4 hits. And then Goodell, Neese, Robles, Parnell, Alvarez, and now Torres. None of them has gotten more than 1 out. You know what this reminds me of?
No.
The latter days of 2008, when Jerry Manuel was making pitching changes batter by batter.
That's right.
Batter.
That's right.
After Billy Wagner got hurt and they just didn't have a bullpen anymore.
How about if we just run the pitchers and their numbers down at the bottom of the screen as a ticker? We might be able to get it in a half inning.
I was going to say, I'm not sure you get it in by the end of the game. I mean, the Phillies had their starter knocked out in the 1st inning, and they've used fewer pitchers than the Mets have. Ruff fouls one off. Well, the good news is that there's nobody warming up in the Mets bullpen. So I think the pitching changes are done for the inning. 0-2 coming, and that goes to the backstop. Yet another wild pitch.
Wow.
The 2nd of the inning and the 6th wild pitch in this game. And there's been a pass ball and 4 hit batsmen and 10 walks.
Oh.
Or is it 11? 11.
This is like watching T-ball.
So now 2 in scoring position, 1 and 2 to Ruff. And the cutter misses up and away. Meanwhile, Jerome Williams has been warming up about a half an hour in the Phillies bullpen, waiting for this half inning to end so he can come in. And Ruff fouls one off. There have not been many swings and misses in this game.
Wow, this is just a catastrophe.
Here's Jerome. Two coming. And that one skips away, and here comes Galvis with the go-ahead run. Terrific base running by Galvis. He took off as soon as the ball hit the dirt. Yet another wild pitch brings in the go-ahead run, and the Phillies lead 6-5.
Good Lord. Is it a full moon? I know we just had a lunar eclipse. Oh, Darno might have.
What happened there?
He got caught. Did you see his hand, his glove work?
Yeah, but his glove was turned backwards.
I know. He might have got it in the a very delicate area.
That was really odd. 3 and 2 to Ruff, and he fouls one off. Can we show that again? That was very odd the way Travis played that.
That's the perfect face for this game.
Yep, that's right. She's saying, I paid for this.
Hard to fathom. Strike 3 called, and the inning finally comes to an end. But the Phillies score 3 times on only 1 hit and lead at 6-5 after 6.
Lead, and they have watched it disappear in a very poorly played game, and we've still got 3 innings to go.
And Jerome Williams is on. He earned a save on 28th of August, the last Phillies pitcher to start a game and to save a game in the same season, Nelson Figueroa, in 2010.
So I was just out of the booth for a moment, and I saw our old friend Chris Wheeler,
yes,
the former Phillies broadcaster,
one of my favorites,
and we've come to an agreement that this may be a candidate for the worst game in the history of Major League Baseball.
And how many games has he done?
He's done more than I have, and you guys have seen plenty. But this is right up in the top 5 of the worst games I've ever seen.
Yeah, easily.
I mean, between all the walks and hit batsmen and wild pitches and pass balls and ejections and just dreadful play. Nieuwenhuis rolls one out to first and Ruff handles it for the first down.
When I was a kid, my dad was coaching and we played this kind of game, he would take the equipment, put in the trunk, and leave. Wouldn't let you play anymore. You just wouldn't watch it.
Wow, this is can't let this one get away.
Well, the Mets scored 5 runs in the first inning on a 3-run homer from Murphy and a 2-run homer from Conforto. And since then, they've had base runners all over the place. But they've left 7 runners on base and allowed the Phillies to step their way back into this game.
Is this the first time that Asher has made a start that he hasn't taken a loss?
That's a good point. He's off the hook now after going 2/3 of an inning, allowing 5 runs. Well, that makes up for his last one when he went 7, allowed 1 run, and lost 1-0. So he earned the no decision.
Okay.
2-1 to Duda, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Never know, this game could have a whole lot more twists and turns to come.
Right.
Well, the Dodgers, I'm sure, are thrilled to see the Phillies having taken the lead here. Mets began the day with a 1-game lead on the Dodgers for their home field in their series that begins a week from Friday. I've got the updated totals.
Okay.
4 hit batsmen, 11 walks, 6 wild pitches, 1 pass ball, 1 error, 14 left on base, 2 ejections, and 13 pitchers. And we're just in the top of the 7th.
It's an abomination.
Just think how bad it is for Terry Collins. He has to sit in his office and watch this game on TV.
Maybe.
Might be better.
I think he might be listening to opera.
Maybe.
3-2 coming.
Oh,
Duda fouls it back.
Listen to the Philly broadcast.
He's got Ray Donovan on right now.
Wow.
And Duda goes down on strikes. So Williams, restoring some sanity, has retired the first 2 here in the 7th. Check out Jets blog for all the latest news as the Jets get ready for their matchup against the Dolphins in London, with insider info, opinion, and video on the Jets blog, featured on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does the game ever last so long that at some point you don't have to read anything?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think we can outlast the promos. It's not how this business works. More innings, more promos.
Really?
They got backup, trust me.
I mean, Keith and I did that 18-inning game in St. Louis this year. Promos kept coming.
Really?
Oh, yeah. There's never a time when it's not appropriate to promote an SNY show. Darno, the former Phillies first-round draft pick, has singled and walked today, 1 for 2. His brother scored the tying run in this game. And Travis takes a strike, 1 and 2. There's been only 1 1-2-3 inning in this game. It's when Logan Verrett struck out the side in the 2nd. Now Jerome Williams has the chance for the first 1-2-3 inning for a Phillies pitcher. And he gets it as Darno is caught looking. Mets are on 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th. Stretch time, 6-5 Phillies.
brief history of Mets champagne spillage.
The eyewear has gotten more fashionable as time has gone on.
Well, you know, now Oakley sends the goggles to the clubhouse to outfit everybody ahead of time.
You can go in the Caribbean and do some snorkeling with those.
Well, the ice cream guy's a little bored. I didn't know they had gummy bears ice cream.
Oh, get his attention. Send Gelbs over there.
Cody Ashley takes a strike from Addison Reed as we start at the bottom of the 7th. Reed, the 8th Met pitcher of the night.
Where is Steve Gelbs? Is he still around?
I think he might be taking a nap somewhere.
I don't blame him.
Ashley drove in a run with a base hit against John Neese in the 5th inning. Darnell Sweeney on deck, then Brian Bogusevic. And Reed fires outside 1-2.
He's going hard.
Now, keep in mind as the Mets roll through their 8th pitcher of the night that we've got a noon game here tomorrow, and the Mets have no idea who's starting that game.
That's right.
The two names that have been tossed around, as Ashley takes strike 3 called, two names that have been tossed around are Tim Stauffer and Sean Gilmartin, neither one of whom has been in this game tonight.
But I would think both of them are going to be used tomorrow. I mean, it'll be like a combined using the righty-lefty to be one starting pitcher.
Steven Matz, who was supposed to start tonight, got pushed back tentatively tomorrow, but was still stiff when he reported to the ballpark today. Pushed back hopefully to the weekend when he might get some innings in, if the Mets have any innings to play, as Darnell Sweeney swinging like a rusty gate. Strike 1.
What was that?
Keith, that was an ugly swing for an ugly night.
That
for
was
Mr. Sweeney.
Like Walter Brennan swinging there.
That's the same swing you have if you swing at a swimming pool. That's the same swing. Takes forever.
Sweeney's 0 for 2 and a walk. Murphy made a terrific play to rob him his last time up. And now he shoots one out to Tejada. And there are 2 out. So Jerome Williams pitched a 1-2-3 top of the 7th, and Reed trying to do the same in the bottom of the 7th. Well, tomorrow, remember, we start at 12:05. Game moved up because of the impending weather. And you see the Mets starter to be decided, probably either Stauffer or Gilmartin. The rookie Jared Eichhoff, whom the Mets have already seen this year, goes for the Phils.
How do we decide on the TBD over the TBA? Who makes that decision? It's usually TBA, isn't it?
Yeah, to be announced, right?
To be decided.
Okay.
That one just past the backhand of Murphy, and Bogusevic, who's been robbed a couple of times tonight, has himself a 2-out hit.
Sorry, just asking silly questions.
No, it's a legitimate question. The question is, are we waiting for the announcement, or are we waiting for the decision?
I think that they have no idea what they're going to do.
But see, they could make the decision, and we might still not know because they might not announce it. So I think for our purposes, you're right, it should be TBA, because we can't put it up on our little graphic until it's announced, even if it's already been decided.
See what happens, folks, when we play these games like this.
Here's Cameron Rupp, who was right in the middle of everything in the 6th inning. Hansel Robles threw a 2-2 pitch by his ear. Robles was ejected, with the benches having been previously warned. Bobby Parnell came in, completed the walk to Rupp, and then the Phillies rallied for 3 runs to take the lead.
The Giants got 2 runs in the first, Gary. 1 out, still rallying. That's a long way to go in that way,
Well, this is the day after for the Dodgers.
Yes.
After they clinched last night their 3rd straight National League West title.
Nice town to clinch in, San Francisco.
You know, not every team puts up 8 runs and 13 hits with their day after lineup.
I know.
The Mets did in Cincinnati.
Yeah, and they're not playing Cincinnati. They're playing I'm sure the Giants now, them out of it. The Giants got their day after lineup in there too.
Well, you know, the Dodgers they've got some starters in there. They've got Seager and Ethier and Grandal. Peterson, 1-1 to Rupp.
What are the Giants featuring?
I got Pagan and Duffy and Crawford. No Posey.
Okay.
No. Kelby Tomlinson has played very well for them. He's in the lineup.
He has, hasn't he?
Well, they've needed that with Panic being out of the lineup for a while, taken outside by Rupp. But this is an even year, so it wasn't going to be the Giants' year. Excuse me, it's an odd year.
Odd year.
But next year's an even year.
Be ready.
So prepare for the Giants to be back. They need some pitching. Rupp takes a fastball for a strike. I think the Giants have the makings of a real good lineup.
Yes.
But they need to replenish their starting pitching.
Bumgarner, by the way, made it through the whole season, even after last year's post. He made it all the way.
Well, he won't get past that very difficult question after that Game 7 by Ken Rosenthal. Are you tired?
Rupp pops one up. Duda tracking it. Wynn taking it. Out of play. Wind's been blowing in all night, and every ball that goes in the air has been affected by it. Rupp hit one of the fence in left field that on another day might have gotten out of the ballpark, but Conforto able to make a nice jumping grab. One of two fine plays that Conforto made back-to-back in that fourth inning. Two from Reed to Rupp. And he got him looking to end the inning. So a couple of strikeouts for Addison Reed. That sends us off to the 8th with the Phillies still up 6-5. Dalier Hinojosa, who pitched last night, will pitch again.
He looked good last night. He's got a 7-inning scoreless streak working. Good fastball, slider, and split finger.
That's Michael Conforto, Ruben Tejada, and the pitcher's spot due up in the top of the 8th. Mets haven't had a hit since a leadoff infield single by Wilmer Flores in the 4th inning. Flores would leave the game in the 4th for a pinch runner after developing back stiffness. Of much greater concern to the Mets was Yoenis Cespedes, who was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning And after a number of anxious moments, turned out it was just a contusion. X-rays proved negative on Cespedes' left hand. But he came back into the dugout with that hand taped. And we'll see how long he needs before he's ready to go again. Conforto delivered a 2-run homer back in the first when the Mets took a 5-0 lead. And Hinojosa picks up the outside corner, 1-1.
Well, I think all these pitchers now, because of the 12 noon game tomorrow, they've got to be, most managers have to be judicious and not overwork their bullpen.
I think we're past judicious.
I've got the what we can do, Keith.
What?
Let's bring up some more pitchers by tomorrow.
Well, there have only been 15 of them used so far tonight. 8 by the Mets, 7 by the Phillies. And Conforto goes down. The toss by Rupp. 1 away. So 1 out, Ruben Tejada coming up. Take a look at the Mets box score, brought to you by Dodge. 3-run homer by Murphy, 2-run homer by Conforto in the first. But the Mets have had just 3 hits since. Game they led 5-0 and in danger of getting away. Tejada at the plate, Kelly Johnson on deck to pinch hit. Tejada came in for Flores when he left with back stiffness. Ruben 0 for 1. And takes a fastball for a strike from Hinojosa. Phillies took the lead in the bottom of the 6th, though Ken Roberts is pitcher of record on the long side. That would be his first big league win. Remember Ken Roberts?
I remember him, little lefty.
He faced a batter in this game.
Started in Colorado, picked off waivers.
See, that would be a good game, right? There have been 15 pitchers in this game. Can you give a note on each of the 15 pitchers? Either something in his past or something that happened tonight that was actually memorable about his stint in the game.
I can give a note. I'm not sure if it'll pass our censors.
Like if I said Middle Tennessee State, would you know which pitcher?
Oh, jeez.
Grounded right at Sweeney. And he throws out Tejada, and there are 2 out. It's 8 straight Mets now that have been retired. And now Kelly Johnson will come up to pinch hit. So the Mets will have a 9th pitcher in the game when we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Colton Murray?
Maybe.
Middle Tennessee State?
You could be right. I don't remember.
You don't even have the answers
I just
now.
remember that one of the pitchers tonight was from Middle Tennessee State. It might have been Colton Murray. No, he was from Kansas.
Oh, the
I think it was
Jayhawk.
Ken Roberts was from Middle Tennessee State. A Blue Raider. Johnson lifts one into shallow right. Sweeney back. Side retired. So a 1-2-3 inning for Dalier Hinojosa. To the bottom of the 8th. Still 6-5 Phillies. And we had to get some special graphics helped in order to do this, but here you go.
Oh, that's
Those are all the Mets who have pitched just tonight. That's not like the week, folks. That's just tonight.
That's hilarious. Thank you, guys in the truck.
I love the fact that in between Verrett and Reed, nobody got more than one out.
Can someone print that up? I'd love to have a print copy of that. I can throw it in my, just to remind me every once in a while.
Tyler Clippard will be the next man out of the bullpen, the 9th Met pitcher of the night.
You know, we've been making fun of how silly this game has been, but some of these games are very important for some of these Mets pitchers. Clippard has not been great. I think he's got to get himself back on a roll, especially with his placement of his fastball. It's not been good.
Andres Blanco, who just came in the game in a double switch, leads off in the bottom of the 8th. And he pulls one foul. So that Oakland Angels game just ended.
Okay.
It was 8-6 Oakland going to the bottom of the 9th. The Angels scored a run, had 1st and 3rd and 2 out, and our old friend Colin Cowgill came up against Sean Doolittle and grounded out to end the game. Oakland wins 8-7, snapping the Angels' 7-game winning streak.
Lefty thrower, righty swinger.
Big cut by Blanco on the changeup, 0-2.
Grand slam on opening day.
Right. So that means that Houston, with a win, could reclaim the second wild card spot in the American League from the Angels, but they're down 2-0 in the 3rd in Seattle. That's how long we've been here tonight. We're already talking about the game in Seattle.
That's funny.
And we haven't even had a rain delay. Should have a few of those over the next few days, don't you think?
Did you just say that out loud?
I did.
Okay.
Ken Giles getting ready for the save chance up in the Phillies bullpen. He got his 14th save last night. Well, tomorrow, revised game time. Red alert, not a night game. It's now a 12:05 game here in Philly. Our coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. Mets and Phillies, final meeting of the year. First day of October, right here on SNY.
Well, some sports have breakfast at Wimbledon. We have breakfast on Broad Street.
Very nice. Taken the other way by Blanco. That's a fair ball going down the line. And Blanco slides in with a leadoff double. So Clippard ahead in the count. And Blanco takes him the other way for 2 bases.
Well, Clippard just continues to have his troubles here, and it's worrisome.
I just think when I watch these players, they're sitting on his breaking ball and changeup, and because they're not threatened by the fastball command.
Let's see if Galvis is bunting here as the Phillies look for insurance in the bottom of the 8th. Wright comes in on the grass. And Galvis bunts one foul.
Well, trying to bunt for a base hit.
Almost out of the box when he makes contact. He comes right in the front of the box. He has been one of the more impressive Phillies against the Mets this year, though, you have to say.
2 more hits tonight. He drove in the tying runs with a base hit in the 6th inning. This time he squares and bunts it very nicely, forcing Wright to handle it. Perfectly executed by Galvis. 5-4 on the sacrifice, moving Blanco to 3rd.
Well, he gives himself up here.
So the Mets will have to bring the infield in now, already down by a run in the bottom of the 8th.
Look how level the bat is, parallel to the ground, out in front. Well done.
Pitch out here. Worried about the squeeze?
Yeah,
there's a possibility.
Cespedes has been their best hitter, hottest hitter. Want to let him swing the bat.
David's got to be hugging that front line a little more. Keep that run from getting a big lead.
There he goes.
Not enough.
Herrera 0 for 3 tonight. And takes the changeup down for ball 1. Herrera was hit by a pitch in the 5th inning in seeming retaliation for 2 Mets having been hit earlier. He was robbed of a base hit on a great play by Neuenhuis in the 3rd that turned into a double play. Blanco at third and 1 out. Infield in. And Herrera takes a fastball for a strike. 1-1. The 9 pitchers used tonight by the Mets is just one shy of their club record for a 9-inning game. And if the Mets get to pitch the bottom of the 9th, they'll probably tie the record. They're hoping they get that chance. Herrera terribly fooled on the changeup, and it's 1-2.
Was the original record in a September game or an extra inning game? You're talking about a ninth inning game.
Okay. And it was in September.
Okay.
It was against the Phillies 3 years ago.
Makes sense.
Yeah. No, it would have to be.
Yeah. Need a strikeout here by Clipper. Pop-up strikeout.
1-2. Herrera fouls back the fastball. Well, coming up at some point, it's Geico Sports Night after the post game. And this is it. Carlin, final tweet of the year. See you on the college basketball circuit, Chris. And Keith, he wants to talk English garden notes.
Chris, I can just see you in there cutting back the roses.
Time to start covering them. You got to cover them up.
One-two from Clipper to Herrera. And it skips to the backstop, and that'll bring in the run. Unbelievable. The 7th wild pitch of this game.
Wow. I don't believe what I'm seeing.
And the Phillies now lead 7-5.
Breaking ball. I have never seen so many breaking balls well in the dirt in front of home.
Yeah. I understand how you feel.
Right on cue. Not a plan, folks.
Well, the Mets gave up the go-ahead run on a wild pitch. Now the insurance run comes home on a wild pitch as well. 4 wild pitches by 3 different Met pitchers. 3 wild pitches by 2 different Philly pitchers. I'm not sure I've ever seen 7 wild pitches in a game before. Hope he's listening to music. Again, the 2-2. And again, fouled off by Herrera.
They're listening to the Trogs.
Very nicely called. I don't think this game will make anybody's heart sing. So maybe Pete McCann, his team has come from 5 runs down, and they have a 2-run lead in the 8th inning. Well, let's see. Mets-Phillies history, longest 9-inning game, 4 hours and 1 minute. We've got a chance. Now, I will say there's an asterisk next to that.
Okay.
Because I remember vividly a game 1990 or 91 that Jose De Leon started for the Phillies against the Mets at Shea. It ended up going to the 10th, but through 9 innings, it was 4 hours and 25 minutes.
Wow.
And would have been the record.
Was that in the top 5? Worst games you ever seen?
That was right there.
Okay.
Because there were about 20 walks in that game, if I recall correctly. Lifted out to left, and Conforto was there. 2 out. By the way, here's how you run to first base on a routine fly ball.
Yeah. And that's after a long at bat, battled his rear end off, and still running hard here 4 hours later.
We're with you. Here's Altair, who's been on base 4 times in a row, and he takes a strike. A single, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch. Looking ahead to the 9th, the Mets will have the top of the batting order coming up. Granderson, Wright, and Murphy against Ken Giles. Clippard throws out Altair, and that retires the side. Phillies get an insurance run, and we go to the 9th with the Mets down 7-5. The game they once led 5-0. They trail 7-5. Those guys have been here way too long. Ken Giles on to try and save it for the 2nd straight day.
Yeah, 14th save he got in last night's ball game. Got in a little bit of trouble. Guy throws awfully hard.
Curtis Granderson 2 for 4 tonight. Mets haven't had a hit since an infield single by Wilmer Flores back in the 4th inning. Wilmer hasn't been in this game for 2.5 hours. That'll give you an idea how long ago that was. David Wright on deck, then Daniel Murphy for the Mets in the 9th. And Curtis takes a strike, 1-1. So the Mets have used 9 pitchers. The Phillies have now used 8. Some hardy Met fans getting a chant going.
They're trying. They're stunned.
Giles was not perfect last night. He issued a leadoff walk, gave up a 2-run homer to Lucas Duda, but he came in with a 3-run lead and was able to secure it. Two to Granderson. How many balls do you think Cameron Rupp has had to stop tonight?
I don't think he's playing tomorrow.
I mean, in the very first inning, he must have stopped 9 pitches in the dirt and got one right in the chops as well.
Sit right in the cold tub as soon as he gets out of this game.
And a full count to Granderson. Well, Giles walked his first hitter last night, and no Met has drawn more walks than Granderson.
He's been good at drawing walks with 2 strikes.
And he flies one out to left center. Altair's right there. 1 out. David Wright. David drew that walk from Giles last night. David's walked 4 times in 2 games in this series. There's a 7-game hitting streak on the line here in the 9th. Mets have had just 6 hits tonight.
Well, the Phillies only had 8. It just seems like it should be a game with 30 hits.
Only 30 wild pitches.
The catchers have been hit 30 times.
Just.
It's been like a game of stoop ball.
Let's just say there'll be no traffic getting out of this ballpark tonight. Another one in the dirt.
2-0 to Wright. Mets need a base runner to have a chance here in the 9th. Daniel Murphy, who already has a home run tonight, waiting on deck.
How many baseballs do you think have been used in tonight's game? With all the balls in the dirt they have to take out of play.
David lifts one to shallow right, and Bogusevic is there. 2 out.
I think you're going to have a little bit of a ticked-off manager in Terry Collins after this game, and I wouldn't be surprised that if he held a real quick, brief meeting tomorrow saying, guys, okay, enough's enough. We got business at hand. Just quick and brief, to the point.
Well, that's good news for the Mets. Dodgers started the day a game behind the Mets for home field advantage.
It's hard to have those meetings when you don't even know who's pitching for you tomorrow. Sometimes it's better to have it when you have one of your studs going this weekend. But I know what you're saying, Keith. Let's button it up.
It's just yeah, exactly. Let's come on, guys.
Last 11 Mets have been retired. Murphy takes a slider inside 1-1. Kirk Neuenhuis would be next.
Well, keep that hat on, sleep on it, bring it to the ballpark the same way tomorrow, sir. Oh, the baby made it. That kid's going, Dad, you brought me to see this? What a sweet little child.
And Benjamin Button, he was 80 when he got here.
Oh, they need to go to sleep. I want to sleep.
Mets are down to their final strike. Two and two.
Oh. Oh.
Two coming. And Murphy pulls one foul. The clock continues to tick.
Oh, no. It's like a Jerry Lewis telethon.
Mets need a bloop and a blast to tie it.
Bloop and a blast to tie it.
Oh. 2-2 to Murphy. Ball 3.
Yeah.
3-2. And Murphy pops it up. Blanco is there. And the ball game is over, and the Phillies rally from 5 runs down and beat the Mets in an ugly, ugly game as Philadelphia beats the Mets for the second straight night, 7-5.
Well, this was a game where the Mets got off quick, and home runs from Murphy, his 14th career high, Conforto, his 9th, but that was it. They left the offense right there in the first inning, and they let the Phillies hang around in one of the ugliest games or the ugliest game I've ever experienced. The Phillies outlast the Mets.
17 pitchers, 7 wild pitches, a pass ball, a couple of ejections, 4 hit batters. Yoenis Cespedes hit in the hand. Fortunately, not a break, just a bruise on a couple of fingers on his left hand. And the Mets fall for the second straight day to the Phillies, 7-5 in a game that finished just under 4 hours long. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the New York Mets. By Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. By Toyota, see where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Pepsi, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. And by Bob's Discount Furniture, quality, choice, and untouchable value every day. Final score tonight, the Phillies 7 and the Mets 5. Final game of the series has been moved to a day game tomorrow starting at 12:05. Our coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow right here on SNY. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen in Philadelphia. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live. Let's join Gary Apple and Nelson Figueroa.